closer. It is building. It's not that far away. I think we're around about, 3 weeks away now as we're getting closer towards WrestleMania. So WrestleMania season will soon be over. How crazy is that? So I'm kind of hoping that we get something juicy tonight. I don't know if we will, but I'm hoping that we get something juicy tonight. I can tell you what the preview says. So they've announced that we're getting Big E and Kofi Kingston. They are going to be taking on Sheamus and Ridge Holland. They want payback for obviously their ATV being broken last week. So we've got that. We've also got Sasha Banks and Naomi. They're going to be confronting Zelina and Carmella. So we've got that happening tonight as well. They haven't announced Roman, but I'm sure Roman will be on the show. So Roman confronting Brock, or talking about beating up Brock. There's going to be something along those lines. Last time we saw Brock Lesnar was last weekend when he was laid out at Madison Square Garden. So that's going to be part of a storyline. Obviously, Sami is engaged in a little feud with Johnny Knoxville. Johnny Knoxville put Sami's telephone number up in the sky today, and on social media, Sami has been freaking out as people have been sending him texts and calling him and everything, basically. So Johnny Knoxville put in Sami's number out there. So that's what's going on with that. And then really the only other massive news is about WWE 2K22 and the fact that the reviews have come in, and they're good to great, to be honest. I've seen a lot of 7s, I've seen a lot of 7.5s. The one that I was waiting for was IGN. They came through as an 8. So good to great with the new WWE 2K22 game. So if that is a game that you've got or thinking of getting, certainly doesn't look like you're going to be disappointed. So which is really good. So yeah, that seems to have gone very, very well. A lot of people saying that there's still improvements that can be made, which is not a surprise. But, hopefully they don't change to EA, because it feels like 2K might be where they need to be right now. Like, as a return, this seems like it's gone well. So can they build on this for next year and just make the little improvements, the little changes that people are hoping for? I mean, obviously next year the roster's going to be hopefully a lot more accurate. There seems to be a lot of superstars that are no longer with WWE, people that have been released. Obviously, there was like over 200 people that got fired, so very, very difficult for 2K. Certainly no shade on 2K, but that's one of the little criticisms I've seen, is the fact that the roster's just a little bit like out of date. And about the no mid-card belts in the My GM mode. Again, I feel like that's something they can be working on now and improving that whole side of the game now. But by and large, yeah, as I said, good to great reviews for 2K22. So it seems like, I think that launched today. Is it today? Or maybe just over the weekend. But I did see a post saying happy launch day, which I thought was, I suppose games do tend to come out on a Friday, like a Thursday night, a Friday. So I suppose today would be the day. So that's probably why I'm seeing so much about it right now. I think today might be the official launch. The other thing as well is there is a TV show that is going to be hitting, which is called Evil. And this is all about heels. It's going to be on Peacock. Looks really good. I think the executive producer's John Cena. I saw something to do with John Cena. He's definitely heavily involved. And I'm sure it said producer. But yeah, it's sit-down interviews with some of the biggest heels of all time as they talk about what it's like to be a heel, why they enjoy being a heel. Apparently it's like an 8-part series, so it's not just like a one-off show. This is going to be like an 8-part series, so that should be a lot of fun as well, like finding out about heels. And I did just quickly look to see like who the greatest heels were. I mean, it's hard. When you think about the greatest heels of all time, there's so many superstars that are heel and then turn face, and then a heel and then turn face. You know, I'm thinking about like Randy Orton has been a big heel throughout his career, but, you know, he's a face right now, and he's been a face kind of on and off for a little while. But by and large, I would say he was a heel. Miz is someone that tends to just stay heel, but is Miz really one of the greatest of all time? So I actually went and had a look at a little article. They said Rowdy Roddy Piper was the greatest heel of all time. They obviously had Randy up there, and they also had Mr. McMahon up there, along with the likes of Triple H. So I thought it was very interesting. It definitely got me thinking about who are the greatest heels of all time, and maybe that's a whole conversation that we can have at some point, because there has been some brilliant heels in the past, but a lot of them tend to come and go or switch from heel to face. If you think like back through the history of some of the WrestleManias, a lot of those kind of superstars don't tend to stay just one way. But even Roddy Piper didn't. Roddy Piper had quite a few face runs, thinking about it. Only someone really like the Iron Sheik. I can't really think of the Iron Sheik having a face run. He was someone that always stayed heel. I respect that about the Iron Sheik. So I suppose in many ways he's a face now. He keeps calling Hulk Hogan a jabroni on social media. So if Iron Sheik is a face, it's happening right now on social media. So yes, I saw that anyway. The other thing I saw was that WWE are going to be live in the UK and in Europe on the 28th of April. They're going to be in Newcastle. They literally go where the Saudis go. That is what is very clear to me right now. The Saudi family recently buying Newcastle United, and of course that's exactly where WWE are going. So we've got on the 28th they're in Newcastle, on the 29th they're in London, on the 30th they're in Paris, and on the 1st of May we are in Leipzig. So 4 dates, a much, much, much smaller tour than what they normally do. Normally in the UK, they go to several places. They'll do Birmingham, they'll do Newcastle, they'll do Leeds, they'll do Manchester, they'll do Sheffield, they'll do London, they'll do Butlins, they'll do Bournemouth. Like, there's quite a few places they tend to go to. This time, just 2. So, to be honest, I don't know why. I think the UK is open. I'm not aware of any restrictions now. So I'm not sure why they're only doing 2 places. Maybe this is part of them just cutting down on house shows. We know they got rid of a lot of house show people. They got rid of a lot of people that do like all the merch and like some of the ring crew. And they're kind of down to bare bones now. They haven't been doing house shows, have they? Because of the pandemic. So I wonder if that's playing a part. I would have thought that the UK tour would have been kept quite strong, to be honest. But down to 2. And maybe a little unusual that we're doing Leipzig. I can't remember us doing Leipzig before. We have been to Paris. WWE have definitely been there. Leipzig, they have done Munich. They've done Berlin. They've even done little places in Italy. But Leipzig I thought was an interesting one. So yeah, those 4 announced for the end of April. And as we said, Leipzig on the 1st of May. Hope you are well. Shola, shout out to you. Delwyn said Mr. McMahon has got to be up there for the best heel. Some of the US has started to not wear masks, says Humble Rumble. Everywhere's different, to be honest. Everywhere's dealing with it different now. It sort of feels like the conversation has very much moved on from COVID. I don't know if that's the right thing or the wrong thing. I genuinely don't know. I don't know if we should still be as focused on it as what we were. There's still people that are, getting it and, suffering with it and passing away from it. But it seems like, the war on the Ukraine has really overshadowed everything now. So the UK is, I think the UK has kind of come to terms with the fact that it's not, going to go away. And the fact that everyone's had everyone should have had their double jabs, booster jabs, means that now, there's a bit of protection out there against it now, finally. So, don't know, it seems like the UK is pretty much open. That's it. We're ready to rock and roll again. Which, as I said, on the one hand is really, really good. On the other hand, you do just worry a little bit, no one wants to go through what we've been through. again, no one wants that, apart from the people that make masks. They might want it, but I absolutely don't want it. Yeah. Crazy few years, isn't it? Crazy few years. Markiplier fan, shout out to you. Is Brock on the show tonight, says Blessed Whitey. No announcement of Brock, but I wouldn't rule him out. I mean, the only thing is, if they really want to sell the beatdown from Madison Square Garden, then they might hold him off the show, keep him off the show. So, no announcement for Brock. Daniel said, are you happy with Scorpio Sky's tweet about holding only one of the belts and is given the other to Dan Lambert? Yeah. So I thought that, I mean, it's kind of a weird thing for a heel to do, to be honest. You would think a heel would be, really the heel should walk around with two belts claiming themselves to be a double champion, and the face should be the one that's a bit more logical. Not really the other way around, where it's the face that's walking around with two belts and the heel goes, I'll just carry the one, thank you. So for me, it was a little bit backwards, but I like the fact we're going back to one belt. A lot of people are like, why is he walking around with two belts? I don't think it looks cool. I think it looks a bit silly. But yeah, we are going to the one TNT belt now. And yeah, I mean, I'm nothing but praise really for what Dynamite was doing on Wednesday. I thought, to be honest, I was concerned because when they was doing the whole Sami is injured on the outside, put himself through a table, holding his ribs, I can't continue, walking off to the back kind of a thing. I was getting a bit frustrated because I was like, look, if this is it, then you need to call the match and give the belt to Scorpio Sky. And commentary were kind of, I think it was JR that was kind of making out that's not how it works. And I was just getting a bit annoyed because I was like, that is how it works. If it's a doctor stoppage or ref stoppage, that's the same as a submission. Basically, that person cannot continue. We're done. We're done. You know, you've beaten them to the point where they can't continue. Well done, new champion. And I was like, man, if they're about to cheat Scorpio Sky out of this title, I'm just not going to be impressed at all. And so the fact that it ended with Scorpio Sky getting the win, which I never saw coming, full of praise for it. I thought they did a brilliant job with, you know, doing the right thing. I mean, it was brilliant. It was great. I love the ending to Dynamite. And there was a few things about Dynamite I enjoyed. Obviously, William Regal and his very, you know, heartfelt promo. I really enjoyed that. And that was something that he tweeted out about apologizing for. I'm sure many of you have already seen, but he tweeted out saying that he was really sorry that he overran his timing and that, you know, he knows he can't get the message out to everyone, so he wants to say it as public as possible, that as a, you know, a pro, a veteran, someone that everyone's looking up to, he knows he needs to do better and he will do better in the future. And part of me was like a little disappointing that he overran his timings, because that is very important. You know, that is very important. But then part of me was like, man, if this is just a one-off and it's because he got a bit emotional and it's because, you know, he was kind of finally allowed to talk and finally say thank you to Tony Schiavone, and, you know, it was such a real promo that I was kind of like, man, I'm not, I mean, I let him off, not a problem at all, mate, you know, what a class act kind of a thing. So part of me was like, yeah, it is disappointing because he is the person that's been brought in to train them. If he's going to set a bad example, that is disappointing. But equally, if this is a one-off and it's because the promo we got was so real, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to begrudge him that. But he does need to be careful. He needs to make sure he's not doing that again, and he's aware of that. You know, you got to hit your times. That's a fundamental with, like, when you're putting a show together. And a show like AEW where every second flipping counts. Because, I mean, like, we literally get promos ending and boom, we're straight to the next thing. Like, they really cram so much in that if you waffle for an extra 5 minutes, like, that is, you know, taking 5 minutes, where the hell do you cut that from? So, yeah. I thought it was a class act for him to apologise so publicly, because we didn't even need to know about it, did we? How many times do you reckon people have overrun him? We just have never even known about it, so class act. Matt Carney said, what is your opinion that the breaking news that popular 90s light entertainment Jim Davidson will debut at Mania? Crazy times, no doubt about it. Well, I'm pleased, mate. I'm pleased for him. I'm pleased that he's finally managed to get his big break. Thomas Morehouse says, is Roman on the show tonight? No announcement of Roman, but he is someone that... I just can't imagine them doing a SmackDown without him this close to WrestleMania. So I haven't seen an announcement that he's on the show. I fully expect him to be on the show. There's no announcement about Brock on the show. That one's maybe a bit more questionable as they continue to sell the angle from Madison Square Garden. So we'll have to wait and see. Days, clearly Cena is the ghostwriter of the show because you can't see him, says Rotem. Shout out to you. Days, we read that one. I don't think Days does the early Saturday games now. No, what, football-wise? To be honest, if there was an opportunity for me to just get a bit of a sleep before UFC, I would be a lot more tempted to do that early game. So I tend to look on a week-by-week basis. But tomorrow, the problem I've got is that UFC starts at 9 o'clock. So the late game starts at 5:30, but we'll start about 4:30. So really, as soon as that finishes, that will finish about 7:30, I'll have enough time to have something to eat, set up the UFC stream, and then boom, we're going on UFC. So, if I was to do like the early game, I think that would just be stretching it a bit too much. Like, it's a pretty full-on day tomorrow. Big UFC stream. Song Yadong is in action tomorrow. A lot of excitement. It's going to be great to see Yadong again. And that is tomorrow. So, yeah, that's why we're starting to do it on like a literally week-by-week basis. I'm having to try and plan my day out. The other thing as well is that UFC has got 14 fights. I'm fully expecting that card to go over 6 hours long. So, a 6-hour UFC stream, couple of hours for the Man United game. Trying to chuck in a Liverpool game that's earlier in the day as well, I think is going to be a bridge too far. Lance said, thoughts on a major push for Otis as WWE champion? I think we're a long way away from Otis as WWE champion, to be honest. I really like Otis. I think that Otis is someone that's got a legit background. He's got a legit background in wrestling and weightlifting. He's got a really good look. I've actually fairly enjoyed him since he became... I enjoyed him as a face. I thought he was fun. But I've enjoyed him as well as a heel. I just think that we're kind of not doing the right thing with him. We're trying to make him like this monster heel, but we're putting him in funny segments. We're putting him in quizzes and all this kind of stuff in the feud with RK Bro. So I like Alpha Academy. I think that what Alpha Academy need are some great matches, though. Alpha Academy needs some killer matches that everyone's like, oh my God, have you seen Alpha Academy? Like, they're just lacking those kind of 4+ star matches, which I think they could be capable of, because Chad Gable was fantastic in American Alpha. And we know that Otis is a great wrestler as well. But the problem with Otis is it obviously can be a little bit plodding. It would have to be booked really, really well. But yeah, I mean, they need to kind of stand on their own 2 legs. And I liked them being champions. The problem with Otis now going off and being a WWE champion on his own, though, is that, man, it would take a lot of work. It would take a lot of work. I don't think that people are really that connected with him at the moment. I think the most that people were connected is when he was doing the Mandy Rose stuff as a face. and they gave him the Money in the Bank briefcase, and then, like, there was nothing behind it. I mean, there was no great story behind it. There was no fuel. They had, like, the rocket ship, but they had no fuel. They had no creative direction for him. And it just fell apart, didn't it? I mean, his segments just became really dull. And I don't know that anyone was really all that excited about seeing Otis once he won Money in the Bank. Kind of felt like he got the girl, he got Money in the Bank, and it kind of felt like he was, I don't know, set up to cash in and, I don't know, maybe be a champ. I always felt like he was going to cash in and lose, to be honest. I didn't really ever believe he would be champion. I certainly didn't think they were going to take the briefcase off him, which is what they ended up doing, and Miz ended up getting it. So, yeah, I feel like you could do it, but it's going to take a lot of work. And to be honest, right now, I would say it's probably more unlikely to happen than likely. I feel like he was at his peak when it was him and Mandy. I think that stalled. They've ended up putting him back into a tag team and trying him as a heel. I think that's all right, but be a lot of work to get him going solo. I like him, though. I mean, I do like Otis. I would be willing to give him that time and to explore and try a few things. Maybe his height is a bit of a problem as well. I kind of feel like he's a little bit on the shorter side. Like, if he was just, like, another, like, 4 inches taller, like, maybe you might have some... But I've got a feeling that if he does a face-to-face with Roman, he's going to be, like, down here but looking up. I don't know. That could be something that's holding him back. It's hard to say. Mitchell said, Days, huge news. My older sister just gave birth, so I am officially an uncle. Many congratulations. His name is Adler. Can you give him a shout out? Absolutely. Shout out to... Well, if I knew how to pronounce it, I would. Shout out to, I don't know if it's Adler or Adler. I feel like it's Adler, because if you put an S in front, it would be Sadler. So I'm going to go with Adler. So shout out to Adler, and many, many congratulations, Mitchell. That's really good news. Great news. Edward says, hello. Days, I got 2K22 today, and I'll tell you what, it's the best wrestling game ever, in my opinion. I am in love with it. It would be awesome if he was WWE champ, said Film Nation BTS, and stayed with Mandy at the exact same time. Lance, shout out to you, buds. Rachel said, I hope to see Alexa on Monday Night Raw because she is a Raw superstar, but even thinks she is gone, even though everyone thinks she's gone, but that's not true, says Rachel. Darcy said, how did all the interviews go? Yeah, great, bud, and I enjoyed ours as well. I ended up having a chat with quite a few of the members. I say quite a few, it was about 5 or 6 of the members on the channel, and it was a lot of fun, man. I mean, we covered a lot of ground. I feel like I went all over the world as well. I was talking to people in Canada, USA, Australia, the UK. Yeah, we kind of went like a few different places. But it was great. Everyone was great. It was a lot of fun. And I think what really came across, like, from, I think I'm right in saying every single person I spoke to, I gave people, like, the opportunity at the end to, like, just, like, you know, do you want to say a few words, whatever? And everyone was like, I just want to say how amazing, like, the chat is and the community is. And, like, it's just, like, there's so many nice people. I've made so many friends. Everyone's really cool. I just enjoy hanging out there. I very much got the vibe that I don't need to be here. That was very much what I got. I think that message really came across loud and clear, like, you know. To be honest, I would imagine there's a good percentage of people that probably watch this on mute and literally just hang out in the chat with you lot. So, but no, I mean, it was great. It was brilliant. And, yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I completely agree that, you know, the chat is a very fun place to hang out. Why do you think I'm always jumping in there, answering questions, having a chat with everyone? If the chat was, like, just horrible, full of people just, like, you know, being moody and all this kind of stuff, then, there's a chance we'd probably just end up ignoring it. But I'm sure you can see how much we jump into it because, I enjoy doing it. And it's great to see others enjoy the chat as well. JS17 said, my 2K22 has just crashed. I'm scared now. You should be scared. You should be scared, but there's every chance that your game will never work again. So, big shout out to you. Daisy said, this is the best community. Sexy, sexy. I like how you put sexy, sexy. Literally just a few comments later, Miss Clown jumps in. That makes perfect sense to me. Matt says, AEW is the superior product. Well, I'm sure that's going to go down well. AEW is the superior product. However, I am now starting to also appreciate WWE for the foundation that it laid. WWE built the roads that AEW now walk down. Okay, Matt. Okay. I mean, I feel like there's a lot to unpack there. And I will probably allow like the community to do a lot of the unpacking of that one, because I do feel that WWE definitely laid foundations that AEW is walking down, but they certainly weren't alone in doing that. And, I think a lot of the things that have inspired AEW definitely include WWE, but would also include WCW and, of course, most notably NWA and territory wrestling, because, that's where Dusty comes from. If you think about Dusty Rhodes, Cody Rhodes' dad, you think about, like, the fact we've been seeing the likes of the Rock and Roll Express, and, there's a lot of references to, like, Jim Cornette. I know he's on the out, but he's heavily connected. He's very critical of what AEW are doing because it was meant to be sports-based. I don't know if you can say WWE is sports-based, but a lot to unpack with that. A lot to unpack. I mean, first of all, saying that it's the superior product, I would argue it's a different product. I would argue it's different. I mean, one is sports entertainment. The other one is tries to be pro wrestling. That's not a knock of AEW, but they do dip into sports entertainment as well, so we can't say they don't. So, but they definitely do put a lot more emphasis on in-ring. Like, they really do try to give good in-ring matches on their weekly TV shows. A lot of the time, WWE, just give you, like, matchups, give you rematches. I kind of feel like they are different products. They're both wrestling-based, but they're different products. It's kind of like comparing a strawberry milkshake to a strawberry cheesecake. Do you know what I mean? They've both got strawberries in, but they're very different products. And these, like, they've both got wrestling in, but they're very different products. And as I said, I think AEW was definitely inspired by more than just WWE. But interesting. We'll see. We'll see what the chat thinks of that one. I feel like you definitely would have got people talking there, Matt. Jennifer, hello, says Lorelei is still bouncing all over the place. Yeah, I did an interview with Jennifer. I can't wait for the members to like see it because it is so much fun. And like, I don't think I've ever done a stream. I think it'd be impossible for me to do a stream with that level of energy. I mean, when I say that Lorelei, Jennifer's daughter, was bouncing all over the screen, I mean, like, I feel like that's an understatement. There's like pets involved, there's toys being shown, there's figures being shown, there's autographs. It's just like, it's a lot, man. It's a lot to take in, but it was so much fun. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to people seeing that, Jennifer. So hope you enjoyed it, and I hope that Lorelei enjoyed it. And as I said, I can't wait for people to see it because it was a lot of fun. Days, I enjoyed our interview. I hope to do it again sometime. Yeah, I did as well, bud. It was great, and I think people will learn a lot. Rob said strawberry cheesecake is better as well, though. Days, you're a big fan of Bryan Danielson. Fact. So do you think he's the best male wrestler on the planet? If so, would you say he's better than Will Ospreay? If so, I would disagree. I think Will Ospreay is best in the world. For me, of what I watch, I would say Danielson's the best. I don't watch, like, New Japan. So, I mean, I have seen Ospreay. I have watched Will Ospreay. I would say that it's not like I haven't seen much of Ospreay. I've seen a lot of his big matches. I don't watch it weekly. I haven't watched New Japan this year. Last time I saw New Japan would have been probably middle of last year, so it's been a while. So, I mean, look, if Ospreay's doing some crazy stuff right now and just some great storytelling, then, I wouldn't argue it. Ospreay, I think, is absolutely in the conversation. For me, though, if you was to say, do you want to watch this Ospreay match or do you want to watch this Danielson match, and they're both matches that I haven't seen, I would go with the Danielson match. I know that I'm going to enjoy the Danielson match. The Ospreay one, I don't know. I mean, I've seen some stuff of his that didn't really grab me in the past. But I suppose I could argue I've seen some stuff from Danielson in, like, WWE that equally hasn't grabbed me in the past. So, but I would go with Danielson. But I wouldn't be looking to have an argument on it. I mean, if you think that Ospreay's better right now, fine, honestly. He is absolutely in the conversation. Hayden says, breaking news, New Zealand confirms 18,699 cases of Omicron variant. That is a shame. Although WWE upsets me and offends me more than AEW has done, my favourite ever moments and matches and stars have come from WWE. To me, they are still superior, says the Sweet Trini. Do you know what? I feel like that is a great way of putting it, to be honest. I feel like that's a really great way of putting it. I feel that WWE definitely annoy, frustrate, upset me as well. Maybe more than AEW, but AEW has definitely done that a fair bit also. I just really feel like the past few years have been a little bit of a struggle when it comes to the wrestling world. I feel like I'm just hoping that this year is the year where things just go amazing. I mean, as I said, really enjoyed the AEW pay-per-view show the other day. And I think we're AEW and Dynamite. So I enjoyed the pay-per-view show. I enjoyed Dynamite. I feel like AEW is maybe in as good a place as it's ever been for me right now. I mean, honestly, if I was to pick a time to watch AEW, I would say now is probably my favorite time at the moment. I mean, I just think there's so much good stuff that's going on and so much potential for stuff that, I mean, like Matt Hardy, as we said, just maybe not that great with the whole AHFO, but now Jeff's there. We're going to have the Hardy Boys, and I'm sure that's going to be amazing. And, I'm really enjoying what Danielson's doing. I can't wait to see what we're going to do with Serena Deeb. She's been doing these professor things. Well, they're not going to keep going forever. So, when are we going to start moving with Serena Deeb? I'm sure we'll do something there. So, and William Regal's just come in as well. Love William Regal. So, yeah, I mean, I would say this is probably the most engaged I've been. But because they are so young, I do agree. I think my favourite superstars, my favourite moments, my favourite memories, all that kind of stuff is still heavily WWE. I mean, fast forward 10, 20 years, who knows where we'll be. But, I mean, I have been watching WWE since the early 90s. That's a lot of moments and memories, isn't it? That is a lot of moments and memories. It's going to take AEW a long, long time to kind of catch up. But if they keep doing what they're doing right now, I mean, I'm on board with AEW. I'm on board and I'm enjoying it. And I just hope both of them can just be great. I don't really want to, like, say this is superior or that's better than that. I just want both to be great. I want both to be great in their own rights. And as I said, I feel like the past couple of years we've not quite been there. I'm hoping, starting this year, that's exactly what we get. People are freaking out because Bayley tweeted free agents. I think they are taking it the wrong way. Yeah, She's a free agent. She can go to Raw or SmackDown, can't she? Asib said, would you like to see the Hardys in the AEW Tag Team Championship, or is that not something that would interest you? To be honest, I need to see them. I mean, how do they look? Do they look good? Are they, as exciting as they've always been? Are they looking a bit slow and plodding now? Have they missed a step? Are they looking just like shadows of them former selves? Have they still got that chemistry? It's been a little while since we've seen them teaming together, so maybe a few unknowns, but I don't mind them going for the tag titles. I don't know that's how I would book them. I think first thing I would do if I was booking them is I'd want to see them first. I'd want to see them, and I'd want to get an idea of, right, what are we working with? Are they just a nostalgia act now, which is fine? We can use them to put over some younger tag teams. We can, tell a great story and, maybe build towards some kind of a broken match. I'm sure that we'll get that. So, is that what we're doing? Or are they legit, man? Can they hang? Could we get a banger with them and the Young Bucks? I kind of feel like we might not. If it was Hardy Boys against the Young Bucks, would that match be a banger in 2022? I really don't know. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It could be. My gut feeling is probably not. Probably not. Just because I haven't seen anything from Matt Hardy in so long that's like really grabbed me. But yeah, well, I'd want to see him first. James said, exactly, but people are taking it as if Bayley has left. She ain't going to be bothered, is she? Get people talking, that's right up her street, so I bet she's loving it. Ghostface Leo said, what do you think about an X Factor WEP suggestion? I feel like it's a bit too similar to WEP Idol, to be honest. I think it's, we've just done it. We've just done like a little singing contest with the winner going through to the final, which was won by William. So I'm always open for suggestions when it comes to the Wrestling Escape Pod, and it was great to see you send one through. My only concern would be it's a bit too similar to what we've literally just done. So who knows? We might do a Wet Factor or something like later in the year if we feel there's been a bit of time that's passed since this one. But yeah, probably a bit similar to what we've just done. Film Nation said, I hope Bayley isn't going to leave WWE. Justin said, would you bring back the Undisputed title and get rid of the two belts? No. I wouldn't, just because I think that two champions is fine with the two different brands. I understand that people would like there to be just one champion. My concern would be that one champion would be overexposed. I do not want to see Roman, if he is the one champion, on Raw and SmackDown every week. If you see him on Raw and SmackDown every week, you're going to burn it out. You're just going to be seeing way, way, way too much of him. I mean, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't then. If he's on Raw and SmackDown every week, it's going to be overexposure. If he's not on Raw and SmackDown every week, people are going to complain that the champion's not around. So I kind of feel like, what do you do? I mean, you're kind of damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. It's that would be tricky. That would be really tricky. I suppose the ideal thing would be you could have one champion and like really just save them for the pay-per-views. They are the end boss. I mean, you might have to really step up the mid-card belts, and they might have to become like even bigger deals that, Seth and Kevin Owens and Finn and everyone is battling over the mid-card belt. And then, once you've got someone that's really broken through that pack and is really standing on their own and ready for a title shot, then they go to a pay-per-view where they face Roman or where they face Brock or whoever the overall champion is. But I feel like it's a bit messy, to be honest. I feel like there's pros and cons to it, and I know that both networks want a champion as well. I think WWE said realistically and logistically it's not possible for them to just go to a one champion. So the plan is that someone will leave with both belts at WrestleMania, but very quickly after, it will go back to being... I don't know if, like, say, Roman wins and then he just surrenders one of them. I don't need this. I have no desire to be on 2 shows. Like, I'm already the king of one. I don't need to be the king of 2. So he might surrender one of them. I'm hoping it's that, to be honest. Because otherwise he's going to get beat for it just after WrestleMania. Or Brock gets beat for it just after WrestleMania. And I would rather we have Roman win at Mania and then Roman stay undefeated. I want him to be undefeated till next year's WrestleMania, to be honest. I know people will disagree with that, but I really want him to be, you know, we have got an opportunity for this to be one of, and you could argue it already is, the most kind of significant title reigns since the 80s. Do you know what I mean? Since Hogan. Like, this has got the chance to be, like, the most significant. You can point at, like, CM Punk's title reign of 400-odd days. I think we're at 557 or something right now. You chuck another 365 on top of that, we're knocking hard on the door of 1,000. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're starting to really, really get somewhere very special. Imagine if Roman can get to 1,000 days as champion. Like, I never thought we would see that in this day and age. And, you know, at the moment, we might not, because he might lose at WrestleMania. But I just think, imagine next year with Roman on 800 and whatever it will be next year. It'll probably be like, actually, by the time next year's WrestleMania comes around, he'll be in the 900 days. 900 and something days. Roman as champion against The Rock. I mean, that's monumental. I don't really want to throw that away for Brock Lesnar this year. So I'm really hoping that Roman can keep going. Wrestle with Andy said, how about a Wep come dine with me? Beautiful idea. WrestleMania set this year, which I thought was a bit strange. So, dude perfect. Nolene, hello. Nolene says, hello, beautiful people. The beautiful people say hello right back to you, Nolene. I hope you are well. Hope Patrick's well as well. We are 15 minutes away. 15 minutes away from WWE Smackdown. So we are getting closer to it. Sean said, I think my neighbors have split. That's a shame. Shane says, word is it's going to be called a WWE Unified Championship. No word on what the other championship is going to be called. They only keep the belt on CM Punk to make him happy. It wasn't about being a main eventer, says Shola. I definitely do think about the CM Punk one when I think about, like, historic title reigns. The CM Punk one is definitely the one that kind of comes to mind. But I do think we're seeing something even more special than that at the moment. And they just need to keep going. I know there's probably a bit of fatigue out there. I'm sure there's plenty of people that are like, no, I'm done. I want Roman to lose the belt because, I mean, 550-odd days is still a very, very long time. It's still been amazing that we've been able to achieve this, to be honest, and have him going this long. But I suppose anything from now I have to just be satisfied with. Because the fact they've given us this, I think, is great. But I would love for it to hit 1,000. I really would. Love for it to hit 1,000. I actually don't know the last time a title reign hit 1,000. Certainly no Universal did. WWE Championship. I'm just going to have a quick look and see the last time someone hit 1,000 days. List of WWE champions. Title history. This'll do. Days. There we go. Let's go down. 196, 214, 171, 180, 371, 70, 41, 221, 224, 161. I'm just looking for 1,000 days. Can I tell you that I've already gone back to CM Punk at 434 and was still not there. 434 is still the best. I'm just going further back. As we said, no one will have done it with the Universal. We know that Roman is the longest reigning Universal. So that's making me now look at the WWE. And, I mean, no one is coming even close. That CM Punk reign was so huge. I'm already back to about 1998 now. And there's no one. There's no one. 231 for Shawn Michaels in 96. 358 for Diesel in 94. Still not the 400 odd of CM Punk. I think we're going back to Hogan. There we go. Hulk Hogan, 1984 to 1988. So you might remember Hogan won it against the Iron Sheik. He then lost it to Andre in that kind of, the identical twins, the plastic surgery, screwed over by the ref, blah, 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 blah. His reign was the last time it hit 1,000. His reign was 1,474 days. 1,474 days for Hulk Hogan, who eventually lost it to Andre the Giant. And Andre then handed the belt to Ted DiBiase. And, of course, you weren't allowed to do that. And so you wasn't allowed to hand it over to Ted DiBiase. And so that's why we got the tournament at WrestleMania 4. That's how historic this Roman reign could be. Going as far back as 1984. So I would love it if we hit 1,000 days. Do you know the Fabulous Moolah's reign? I do, but it's all a bit rubbish, to be honest. I mean, Fabulous Moolah lost that belt quite a few times, but they never recognized her losing that belt. That belt wasn't WWE to start with. It was NWA. Like, that Moolah reign is 20-odd years, but it's got to be a flipping massive asterisk next to it. So WWE recognized it as being 20-odd years, but it wasn't the women's championship. Like, it wasn't WWE's. It's not like she won it at a WWE event and then defended it for 20-odd years. It's a case of she sometimes defended it, sometimes went a long time without defending it. She lost it multiple times, won it back, but they don't acknowledge those defeats. It started, as I said, as an NWA title, so it wasn't even a WWE belt. It was an NWA belt, but for storyline purposes, they claimed that she was the women's world champion, and they recognized it as being a WWE title, and yeah, it's all a bit messy. So that one's got a bit of an asterisk next to it. 1,000 days. One is already enough. Well, you say that, Darcy, but I think it's everyone's dream to have 1,000. Imagine 1,000 of me on screen right now. I mean, that's just the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it? Aaron says, Eric Bischoff's YouTube show talks about a new network president doesn't want AEW and wrestling on the network, just like AOL and WCW, and said that it's not an if or when will he pull it. Okay. I mean, to be honest, that's not been picked up by anyone. I mean, I'm not seeing any concern. They've obviously got a contract in place for a while. Even if they do end up leaving that network, they're getting, such decent numbers, encouraging numbers. And there's so many platforms that are looking for content. I would imagine they will be absolutely fine. Even if they do leave TNT, TBS, like they can go to a streaming platform. I'm sure there'll be somewhere that would take them. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. And as I said, I haven't even seen that being reported anywhere. Grant said, maybe Dana Brooke will hold the 24/7 championship for 1,000 days. Well, I would take that as well, let me tell you, Grant. I would love that just as much, mate. Sean said, I think you owe me. You should turn heel. Only asking. Only has to be like, okay, championship title. How to hack a do to that I can't do the right start the WWE, says Sean. I think I speak for everyone, Sean, when I say absolutely, mate. 100%, buds. Hasib said, would you bring Bayley back as a face or heel? Personally, I'd bring her back as a face, as there's not many top female faces. Plus, Charlotte and Becky are heels, and Sasha is face. Would I bring her back as a face or a heel? I would. To be honest, it depends what story you want to tell. It depends what the creative is. I mean, I don't know that I would say I'll bring her back as a face or a heel, to be honest. I would look at it and go, do I want her to work a program with Ronda next? If I wanted to work with Ronda next, then I want her to be a heel. If I wanted to work with Becky, then she might need to be a face. If she's going to work with Bianca again, which is unlikely, then she'd need to be a heel. But she might work with Shotzi, and then she might need to be a face. So it really would depend as to who she is going to be working with. WWE, I would think, have got a good idea of where they're going after WrestleMania now. Now that the WrestleMania plans are seemingly finalized. I mean, we know a lot of the matches, a lot of the key matches. So I've got to think they've got an idea as to what they're going to do after WrestleMania. And that would surely involve Asuka as well. I mean, don't forget, Asuka's got to come back also. I mean, does that change things? You've already got maybe a face Asuka coming back. Would you want a face Bayley as well? Perhaps there is room for two. I don't know. I think it really would depend on who you want to put her with. Days, will Paige make her return at Mania? No. I don't see it. I mean, I don't even know what it's based on. That rumor, I don't know what it's based on. I mean, I don't even think has Paige announced that she's cleared or something. I mean, I know she's sent out a couple of cryptic tweets that have got people talking, but that is nowhere near enough for me to say, yeah, she's coming back. I right now, I don't see it. WWE has been appointment TV lately, a great pay-per-view and a Fallout show, but the ratings just aren't showing. They did 945, down from last week. I thought they would have had a pay-per-view bump. Thoughts? I think it's just hard at the moment, to be honest, and I think they're not the only ones. I think everyone is fighting for ratings. I think that in this day and age where you've got more options than ever, you know, you've got like video games, you've got YouTube, you've got TikTok. I mean, TikTok's apparently used more than Google. You know, you've got TikTok, you've got, you know, even the flipping game is competition now because, you know, people might be playing the game rather than watching the show. You've got so much stuff that's going on at the moment that it's difficult. Yeah, it's a real fight for ratings. So I would say that, you know, 945 around, not too far below that million. It's maybe not quite the number they would have wanted, as you said, with a pay-per-view bump. But equally, it's fine. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just take the number and you move on. So you've posted a 945. And to be honest, this is what AEW keep doing. Like, they keep getting a number that's, you know, around that kind of ballpark. People then talk about how, oh, well, this isn't looking good for the future. Like, oh, where are we going to be in a month's time if their number is this now? And they'll hotshot it, or they'll, you know, do a special, or they'll tease someone. And it works every time it works. It keeps pushing it back up again. I mean, we are in, year number 3 now? 3 years. And they're still posting numbers of about, like, nearly around 1 million. So, honestly, take the number, move on, and, you know, worry about next week now. I mean, you've just got to take each week as it comes. So I think rather than worrying so much about, like, oh, we didn't get the bump we were hoping for, I mean, part of it is just, it's a real competitive market. It's the same for Raw and SmackDown. I mean, they're having to compete and fight every week as well. I mean, you could make the same argument that after a pay-per-view, you don't see much in the way of a bump for WWE either. So, you know, it kind of swings both ways. I think that, didn't Dave Meltzer post that AEW was the most watched show out of all of the news? It was the number one show on cable. So it was on Wednesday night, it was the number one show on cable. It was got more views than any of the news outlets. Got more views than like whatever games were going on that night. Like if it was on cable, it got beat by AEW. So again, I mean, I do kind of think that, well, you know, what more can you do than that? I mean, everyone, of course, would have loved a 1.1. Just take the number and move on. Do you think that Roman will beat Hogan? Most WrestleMania main events, Hogan is at 8, Roman is at 6 after this Brock one, I think. That's very interesting. I've never really thought about that, to be honest. I tell you what I do think. I mean, do I think he'll beat it? Yeah, I think he will. I can't see any reason why he can't come back and do the odd main event, even if he stops full time. You know, like The Rock is done. The Rock came back and had a couple against Cena, didn't he? And now he potentially got another one next year. So that's interesting. I think Roman could beat that, yes. To get another couple, I don't think it's out the realms of... Because you'd think next year he'll get one with The Rock anyway. So, yeah, I think he can absolutely beat that. What I would say is I think that Hogan's were better. I think if you look at the ones that Roman has had, he had a pretty underwhelming one against Undertaker at WrestleMania 33. You know, it kind of was underwhelming and the streak was already over. He's also faced Brock too many times maybe at WrestleMania. Like, it has just been Roman, Brock. I mean, they faced at 31. They faced at 34. They're going to face again here at 38. So it's probably been a few too many times with Brock. At least with Hogan, like, his first one was in a tag match, that sucked a bit, but it was the first one. Second one was a cage match against King Kong Bundy, which I got respect for. They built it well. Third one is one of the most iconic of all time, against Andre the Giant. The next one was against the Macho Man at WrestleMania 5. Next one was against Ultimate Warrior. Next one was against Sergeant Slaughter when he was playing the role of Mr. America. Do you know what I mean? Like, Sergeant Slaughter, the Iraqi sympathizer. The next one was Sid, and that sucked. I'm not going to lie, that sucked. Next one after that was very short against Yokozuna, but it counted as a match. But I do feel like he kept facing different opponents, whereas, you know, with Roman, he's facing Brock a lot. The time he fought Undertaker was a bit underwhelming. Didn't he do one against Triple H? Which, was that like 32 maybe? I kind of remember that was all right. I think, didn't he spear Steph by mistake? Like, accidentally. I kind of feel that, yeah, Hogan's are a lot more memorable and varied than what Roman's have been. Hopefully this is it. I really don't need to see Brock Roman again after this one. But the build for this has been very good, I will say. I do like the story here with Paul Heyman as well being like the go-between. I do like that. She's signed the contract live on Dynamite. She is coming into AEW. Matt says, AEW has got a good child-adult balance. It's violent without being too lewd and gratuitous. And it's fun and campy without being too silly and patronizing, says Matt. Right, we've got Roman standing tall, saying, acknowledge me. Okay, so Madison Square Garden. I don't know if we start with Roman. Let's have a look and see what... we've got Michael Cole saying WrestleMania is 3 weeks away. 3 weeks away until we get to WrestleMania. We are in Birmingham, Alabama as well. What do we start with? Is it going to be Roman? It's Brock. We're starting with Brock. Brock, I don't believe, was announced, so Brock Lesnar coming out is fun. It's going to be interesting to see what Brock's got to say. Here he is. Brock Lesnar coming out. Great way to start the show. Wondered if it was going to be Roman, but it's Brock. He's got the cowboy hat on. He's got the flannel shirt as well. Interesting that they didn't advertise Brock, says Harley. Yeah, makes for a nice surprise to start the show. The cowboy is here. The cowboy is here. Loving Brock at the moment in this face roll. And it seems like the crowd are loving him as well. Brock not looking happy here as he's making his way down to the ring. Do you think Cena will return at WrestleMania? I don't think he returns, but there's a chance that we get an appearance. It's a big WrestleMania, 2 days. They, need moments. Cena's obviously doing that. Is it Peacemaker show? So they might be able to get a hold of him and bring him in. But genuinely, I don't know if he's going to be available. Certainly not expecting him to have a match there. I mean, I think if it is, it'll just be a nice little moment. The biggest WrestleMania match of all time, Brock against Roman. I must admit, it doesn't feel that way. This does not feel bigger than Hogan, Rock, Andre, Hogan. Like, it doesn't feel like the biggest... I know they're advertising it that way. But, and I'm sure there's people believing that it is, but it's not quite hitting that way for me. Do you think Cody will be at WrestleMania? Cody stuff's interesting, isn't it? It's a little bit up in the air as to what Cody's doing. I feel like I'm leaning towards yes. I'm still leaning towards him coming in, but, lots of conflicting reports. There's a few thoughts that it might be that he's just sitting out at the moment and then he'll go back to AEW. There's no denying he's had talks with WWE, though. I mean, there's so much noise about that. Right, we've got Brock in the ring. You've changed the rules. You've changed the game. Okay. Get a good look at that, Roman. You've gone and changed the rules? You don't draw blood on Brock Lesnar and live to tell about it. Throws the belt. He throws the belt. I don't care about WWE titles. Well, I'm into this. I never quite like seeing a belt being disrespected that way. You done screwed up. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. You done screwed up, Roman. This is an angry beast. This is an angry beast. I mean, the way he just chucked that belt was like... Someone in the front row. Bang! I think he just took out the front row over there. Heyman says, turn the temperature down. He is boiling right now. He is boiling. You got smashed by the tribal chief. He ain't gonna come. Brock's become a better talker, says Cliff. Roman, acknowledge me. Roman is not here this evening. I know you. Shut up, Paul. Smile on the face of Brock. Okay. If Roman's not here... this is... But if Roman's not here... Who's going to protect you? Brock leaving the ring. Heyman runs. Brock runs. We're backstage. We're seeing Heyman running backstage. We're seeing, oh my God, look, a couple of security guards just went flying. What are these security guards doing? Flipping idiots. Trying to slow down. Brock Lesnar. Heyman jumps into a car and screeches away. Brock's still chasing after. We've got an ambulance back there as well. The Walrus is running. We're backstage with Brock. Brock and Paul going back and forth is comedy. Richard said it's a trap. Run, Paul, run. Paul Heyman escaping just on time. I mean, seeing Brock chuck that belt, like screaming for Roman, saying that you done messed up. Like, that was very interesting. Heyman needs a Riddle scooter, says Cliff. Biggest WrestleMania match for me was Hogan, Andre, Rock Hogan, Warrior. Did you know that Brock and Roman are good friends out of WWE, says War Icon. I actually don't know how close they are. I would imagine there is a respect. But I have no idea if they go around each other's houses and, do you know what I mean, watch games together. I don't think Brock's that kind of person. But, yeah, undeniably, you know, they've worked together so much, I'd have to think there is a healthy respect there. Scout says, good day, Days and community. Paige Van Zandt has just signed with AEW, for your information. Yeah, I don't know. I think there was a bit of lag earlier, bud, when you dropped it in earlier. I was saying that she signed the contract on Wednesday on Dynamite. It's interesting. I don't know what she's going to be like in the pro wrestling world, but it's going to be definitely one to keep an eye on. She's legit, you know. I mean, you can't, even though she never got to the top of that UFC women's division, I'd still take, you know, watching her and her skills over watching someone like, say, Anna Jay. I've got no disrespect to Anna Jay, but I just feel that Paige Van Zandt is definitely bringing something a lot more deadly. You know, she's got wins in UFC. And, yeah, I mean, I hope they build her up to be, like, a killer. I hope they really do build her up. I don't want her to go straight into, like, a match and then she loses. Like, I want to see her just absolutely ripping people's arms off. Hello, Peter. Pete Dunne's here. Is that a call-up for Pete Dunne, is it? Pete Dunne on the Smackdown roster. Tell you what, that's big for Pete Dunne, that is. That is big for Pete Dunne. Ridge Holland. They called him Butch. They better not call him Butch. They haven't actually got him on the graphic. That's not going to be his name, is it? Don't tell me they've called Pete Dunne up and they're calling him Butch. We're not doing this, are we? Are we doing this? We're not doing this, are we? We're not doing this to Pete Dunne, are we? We're not calling him Butch Dunne, are we? Who is your favourite AEW superstar that used to work for WWE? Bryan Danielson or Serena Deeb. Both of them used to work for WWE, and I'd say that's my favourite male and female at the moment in AEW. Butch. WTF. Butch is an awful name. Yeah. Let's wait and see. I'm sure they won't call him Butch forever. Maybe it's just a nickname. Do you know what I mean? You know, like how everyone calls me Legend? Perhaps it's just a nickname. Plus also, we've already had a Butch. Yay! We've already had a Butch. We can't have another Butch. We've had an OG Butch. Pete Dunne is a lesbian now. Whoa, I absolutely did not catch that if that's happened. Has Pete Dunne become a lesbian now? I mean, fair play. Pete the Butch. Hopefully, it's just an OG nickname. Only Butch I recognize. I've had a few Butch ladies in my time. Okay, I don't know what's happening in the chat right now. OG Butch versus new Butch. Who would win? OG Butch. I've just sent a tweet out saying this is the only Butch I'll ever recognize. Way! Bushwhacker Butch. Markiplier fan said, can we be friends? No. Please don't do this, WWE, says Tharuka. Come on, Vince, just leave Pete alone. Cody Rhodes versus Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. Yes, but who's Butch facing? That's what I want to know. Who is Butch facing? I hope Butch gets a partner called Manly. That would be good. Maybe we could call Ridge Holland Manly. Butch and Manly. Butch and Butcher. The Butcher. Butcher and the Blade. Butch and Butcher. Are we going to see Butch? Butch. Do you know what? We were warned about this from 2K22. They said it hits different. And that's exactly what this is. This hits different. No longer is he Pete Dunne. Now he's Butch. He is facing Undertaker. You put Raw instead of SmackDown. LOL. Butch versus Butch at WrestleMania. He's going to face The Undertaker. Okay, here's Butch. He's got Butch with him. So, Sheamus making his way down with his minions, Ridge Holland and Pete Dunne. I must admit, I don't mind this look for Pete. I don't mind the flat cap, jacket, bracers. I don't mind the look. I still wish he was in bruiserweight attire, though. Maybe he's the butcher weight. The butcher weight. The butcher weight, Pete Dunne. Lol. The butcher weight. I love it. There's a fox around here that keeps giving me the evils. From the creators of Shorty G, we now have Butch. He looks like a Peaky Blinder. Hey, I think that's fine. He's from Birmingham as well, which is where it's set, so kind of makes sense, doesn't it? We are 20 minutes in already, you know. 20 minutes in. What I will say, look, Pete Dunne is awesome. We all love Pete Dunne. I love Pete Dunne. I hope they don't call him Butch, but this is, you know, exciting. He looks like a kid, says Burn It Down. Is that Marco Stunt? Guys, it's Pete Dunne. Just because they've called him Butch doesn't mean that it's changed like how he looks. Oh, we're not going to be moody about Pete Dunne now, are we? Cole just called him Butch. They are calling him Butch. Ah! His name is Botch. Botch and Butch. Oh, I hope they do give him a partner that's called Botch. That would completely change Botchamania, wouldn't it? Botchamania! They need to come out with British flags. Big E stomping away. Call him Butchie. Kofi is 55 and from Birmingham, says Eric. WWE is debuting Marco Stunt. Oh, it's Pete Dunne. Oh, why is everyone being so salty about Pete Dunne? We all know what Pete Dunne looks like. He's not that small. They should call him Brummy Butch. Oh, well, that's definitely better. Warsaw till I die. That's definitely better, isn't it? Brummy Butch. Right, Sheamus with Big E. Vince McMahon versus Butch in WrestleMania. Who you got? I've got Butch all day long, mate. Are these all from the UK? Sheamus isn't. Sheamus is from Ireland. Ridge is from England. And Pete Dunne's from England. Belly to belly. I mean, I wonder if they've put them together. I don't know. I don't know why they've done it. I'm trying to think, like, what with them going to the UK. Do you think they've done it with that in mind? I really don't know. I must say, Ridge has got a nice size to him. Just saw Ridge walking in front of shot there. I mean, he's a wide guy, isn't he? He's a big guy. Pete Butch Dunne. Butch now, future endeavoured later. R.I.P. Pete Dunne. I'm from Amsterdam. How can I watch WWE? I have no idea, buddy. I genuinely don't know how it's shown in Holland or the Netherlands. I mean, in the UK, it's on BT Sport. In America, it's on Fox. I have no idea if that helps. Send Butch. Can't wait to see WWE Smackdown in Newcastle, says End of Days. Ridge is thickly built. Very nice, says Lone Star Friends. Vape Ross Vape said, Butch looks like he should sell newspapers. It is true. I am expecting him to break out into song any second. Chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim chiroo. Like, I feel like he's going to break out into that. He looks like an extra from Mary Poppins. But I love that. I love that. To be honest, that's the only reason why I watch wrestling. is I just live in hope that we can just get like some kind of evil Mary Poppins type villains going, and it's brilliant to see that's where we're going, so I'm into it. Butchosaurus, oh, I love that. Butchosaurus. I can't wait for Butch versus Shoosh, says Blaze Radio. Am I the only one that loves the new name, says Shola? Yeah. Yeah. Don't give Vince ideas. He's going to come out with a chimney broom next week. Chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim chiroo. It's brilliant. In a minute, he might go up and go, please, sir, can I have some more? Like this. Is it true you've got long hair? The longest. You hated when Jericho and MJF started singing. That is true. Because it sucked. Eazy-E said, in Holland, we don't have any channels. I've looked on YouTube, but it's always just the highlights. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't actually shown anywhere. It's got to be shown somewhere, surely. I can't believe no one shows it. If not, can't you, like, VPN into, like, the Fox channel or something? What is your dream WrestleMania match? I don't know. I mean, I'd like Rock Roman. I would like to see Gunther against someone like John Cena. So those are the ones I think of. I'd love to see Asuka get a win at WrestleMania. To be honest, I mean, her streak ended at WrestleMania 34. But, yeah, I'd love to see her competing again. Rob said, is Butch even a popular British or Scottish name? Everyone here is called Butch. My real name's Butch. My dad's name was Butch Senior. My mom's called Butch. In fact, it's very popular. She's called Butchina, actually. So a lot of the girls called Butchina, a lot of the guys called Butch. Yeah, it's very popular. I mean, I don't know why everyone's making such a big deal out of it. It's fairly normal here. The next name change for Otis is going to be Chinga Chinga Boom Boom. Lol. They need to put McIntyre with Sheamus. Butch versus Gunther. Dream match. Dream match. That was amazing. Butch versus Gunther is an absolute classic. Butch Poppins. Brock might win by multiple superstars helping him. Days, is it true in Britain you have to have a TV license to watch TV? I've heard that today. It is true. Yep, you do need a TV license to watch. If you don't have a TV license, then you're not allowed to watch TV channels. It's how the BBC is funded. BBC don't have adverts. So if you watch BBC One, BBC Two, there's no adverts. It's just show runs for 30 minutes. And then once that's over, there's a few little commercials about shows that are coming up later in the day or things that are happening soon. And then it goes back to and then it goes to the next show. So how they make their money is everyone has to pay for a TV license every year. Yeah, it's about, I can't know how much it is now, actually. £100 and something a year. Hang on, we've got a slight lag. This is new. I've got slight lag on BT Sport. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Right, well, I've just got a black screen at the moment. I don't know what's going down here. Well, this is fun, isn't it? Via has been a 96 rating for Supercards. I'm guessing the fact that you lot aren't freaking out means that you guys can still see it. Right now, I've just got a black screen. Like, literally just a black screen. Which, Butcher Kingston, TV licenses are tax. Lag is everywhere. Big E landed on his head. It looks bad. What's this? What's going on? How come you lot are watching it and I can't watch it? Turn it off and turn it on again. Isn't this an exciting new development? I've rebooted it, so I don't know. I mean, we were at commercial break, and clearly we're back from that now. People saying that Big E landed on his head. Oh my God, it's The Undertaker, said Zoom Station. And a scary-looking bump. It's the Russians. It's the Russians, guys. We knew this would happen. First thing they were always going to target was going to be BT Sport 1. So, yeah, I don't know about you. I am not surprised. This was always going to be their first target. So, it's Cody. He's on TV. Oh, my God. Oh, of course it would happen when Butcher's on screen. Oh, damn it. Do you think a New Day breakup could be a good rivalry? Yeah, I'd be interested in that. I was kind of hoping that's how the New Day were going to split up, to be honest, with Big E kind of going off on his own and starting a little rivalry, little feud with Kofi and everything. Instead, they chose to kind of split him as a face, give him like a face run with the belt, and I don't know, none of it really landed. I thought that Kofi and Xavier were a bit flat without Big E, and it felt like Big E was still kind of waving the New Day flag. It kind of felt like none of it worked, really. I mean, some of it was okay, but I would have done it different. I think it would have been better if it was like a heel Big E, and it would have been better if, like, you know, there was a proper big falling out between them. Like, that would have been really, really cool. Days, Butch's job is a butcher. Why are they calling him Butch now? I honestly don't know why they're calling him Butch now. I don't have that answer. He's Pete Dunne, not Butch. Well, I hope you're right, mate. That's all I can say. I hope he does go back to being Pete Dunne. But at the moment, they have been referring to him as Butch. They're bringing down a stretcher for Big E. He landed on his head outside the ring. Well, it's all happening. I'm tired of the New Day. Their gimmick stopped working at least last summer. Yeah, I agree. It did go a bit flat. It did go a bit... It lost its way, I thought. Without Big E involved, I thought that Xavier and Kofi just couldn't carry it on their own. It was too much for them to try and do. Thoughts about the new gimmick of Edge. I think it's good for him. I think it's interesting for that feud. And I'm going to try one more thing because it's still not back. I'm going to try one more thing. Right, I tried resetting the router, so we'll see if that works. We are coming back from commercial break, says Legend Killer. Via is coming out to Butch. This is amazing. I get a feeling that I'm being trolled right now. That's the vibe that I'm getting. He didn't pay his TV license, says Shola. No, we absolutely have, but I think it's an issue with the connection with. Oh no. Just gone back to a black screen again. Are we getting some movement? John said, Days, Holland needs training. He botches a lot and almost injured Gargano months ago. And now Big E, he's also boring, says John. Yeah, he probably does need a little bit more training to get over with people. Trying to get him over on the shows is really, really difficult. Kind of feels like the same thing we're trying to do with Madcap Moss, to be honest. And it's not the most interesting of stuff, is it? Evan said, maybe Xavier will return as a heel. Would McMahon do that? I would like for him to do that. I think that could be very, very interesting, but I'm not sure that he will. I'm not sure that that's the way that Vince wants to kind of take them. I think Vince loves them as faces because they're really, really popular and they sell like a load of merch and people really do relate to them and everything. So I don't think that Vince is looking to go that way, and I think that's part of the problem. I would love it if he did. King Savage, King Corbin, I asked you about A-Kid last week, and then yesterday they've announced his debut in NXT 2.0. Thoughts? Yeah, my thoughts are that that's great news. I mean, that's really great news. I think that A-Kid is a great talent, someone that is going to do very, very well, and clearly they are thinking highly of him, so that they're moving him over to NXT. Miss Clown 1 said New Day aren't that popular these days. King Savage versus Kevin Owens. I'm hearing a beep in the background, which sounds like someone on life support. That, I think, is coming from your end, because I don't have any beeps this end. Darcy said, Days, by God, it's Big Daddy. Oh, God damn it. With the shooting star press. Listen, Big Daddy wouldn't know a shooting star press if it slapped him in the face. So I already know that one's maybe a little bit, and also he's dead. But, God damn. Markiplier fan, see you later, bud. That's the second person Ridge has slammed on his head. Get him out. Get him out. Right. I am still battling, fighting, struggling to get this back, and it's a real, real problem. We are now staring down a real problem. It's been a good 10 minutes or so, and it is still not back. So I am panicking a little bit. I'll tell you what we can do. I wonder if there's a way I can go on to like watch wrestling or something. Not that that's legal or the right thing to do, or even what I'm doing. I'm not even doing that. But maybe I might just have a look and see. I'm just wondering if it's still there. That's all. Because it might be there. I don't know. It might have gone by now. I mean, it's hard to know, isn't it? If it's like moves around all the time, doesn't it? So it's really hard to say if it's still there or not. I don't know. It might be there. Might not be there. I don't know. I can hear a beep, says Stephen. I feel like it's this community losing its mind. That's what I feel is happening right now. I can assure you, there's many things going on right now. Beeping, I don't believe, is one of them. I think we've got a distinct lack of beeping. They're giving flashbacks. Oh, okay. Yes, sir. Okay, what we got? Right, I've got something. Let's talk about Austin Kevin Owens. Yeah. Right. I've got match flow right now. Progressive match flow. So, progressive match flow. Sami Zayn. Last Friday. So, that's where I'm at the moment. At the sound of the beep, leave your name and number, and Days will get back to you. Absolutely. See, what I'm doing is I'm just sending out like a really annoying beeping noise, claiming that I'm not, just to kind of slowly drive you all insane. Big E stretch it out after a scary belly-to-belly on the outside. We will work on an update ASAP, says Jonah. Let's have a look and see. Big E. Let's have a look and see. Big E. Big E just got dropped right on his head. That was a brutal fall. I wonder if there's a little clip of it. Oh, here it is. There's a little clip. Oh, my God. That is... Oh, my God. Yeah, that's awful. That is awful. That is awful. I'm just seeing it. I've got Kayla Braxton on screen. I'm just seeing the clip of it on... Oh, that is awful. I hope it's all right. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to... get the image of it. Do I want to do that if he's not all right, though? No, I don't. We won't look at the image of it. There's images doing the rounds. I mean, I hope he's all right, but damn, man. Big E just got injured. Big E was stretchered out of the arena off screen with cameras kept away. He got dropped on his head. It looks bad. Very bad. Yeah, it's nasty. That's really flipping nasty. Someone let me know when Chris Benoit's son shows up in All Elite. I quit until that happens, says Seth. Richard said Bayley is Ronda Rousey's backup and rallies the baddest woman on the planet to make sure that Charlotte doesn't win and hugs her. Chelsea bank account's been frozen. How will players get their wages? Well, I'm sure there'll be something set up to support the players. The government will have to think about that, won't they? I mean, maybe they will. There'll be a license that allows wages for players to go out. Maybe there'll be something that allows wages out, but it's definitely something that Chelsea are going to have to work with the government on. Days, what Topps card collection, in your opinion, is the worst? Be it a slam attack or an autograph or a limited set like Heritage? I'm not a fan of... I mean, like, slam attacks have got a purpose, but I just never played the game. So, if you enjoy playing slam attacks, then I'm sure that would be, you know, your favourite. But for me, autographs absolutely first. Slam attacks bottom. Drew McIntyre. Ledge Killer said Drew McIntyre. I think I might be just a bit behind you guys now. I'm not sure. I've got Drew McIntyre just coming out now. So, I've got Drew McIntyre coming out. It'll be very... Hopefully we get an update on Big E during the show. It'll be good to get an update during the show. I'm sure WWE, once they do have some kind of news to give us, will give us an update. Not the swords. The swords. The UK government is allowing Chelsea to be sold as long as it's quick and no money goes to Roman. Pierce suspended Ridge Holland for splattering Big E. I feel like crying, not the sword. Okay, Drew in the ring. Can I just tell you that I don't know what's going on with my TV. This is a concern. Okay, so we've got flames shooting up as Drew stands in the corner. It's going to be a 6-man tag. Drew and the Viking Raiders against Madcap, Corbin, and I didn't see who the other one was. 6-man tag match. Commercial break. Yeah, I reckon I'm about 10 seconds behind you guys, so I'm all right with that. Considering we just weren't able to watch it at all, I think we've done all right there. Staff are more important than the players, says Rotem. Bruce said, it's fake. When will you people realise this, says Bruce. Dude, that ain't fake. That ain't fake. You ain't faking that. Not him getting dropped on his head like that. No flipping way. Pancakes for Big E. I hope to America Titus the shot to... What? What does that even mean? I hope to America Titus the shot. I hope he helps... I don't know what that means. Hard to enjoy the show now. That E bump was rough. Yeah, I didn't even get a chance to see it. I missed it live, and just looking at it on flipping social media, he comes down right on top of his head. I'm about to play basketball. Any advice? Yeah, get it in the hoop. What you can do is you can actually get it to hit the board at the back. It's known as a backboard. You can actually get it to hit that, and it will bounce off that and sometimes go in. You've got to get the angle right, but it is possible. Don't think that you have to just go and throw it straight in. You can actually get it to hit the board and go in. So, play around with that. It'll take you a while to get used to it. You can jump as well. I don't know if it makes it any easier. I would think that it makes the distance a bit shorter. So definitely give that a go as well. And pass to your teammates. Don't try and do it all yourself. Unless you're really good, and then don't bother passing to your teammate. Just do it all yourself. So I hope that helps. That is motivational. That's what I'm here for. That was a horrific bump. LSW said that was terrible advice. I didn't say it'd be good advice, did I? I didn't say it would be good. I would rather Drew come out with anything else other than a sword, even if he brought Yudong with him. Yudong from UFC. He's really, really talented. I do know him. He's also going to be in action tomorrow. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Yudong is in action tomorrow. And we will be doing a watch-along for it as well. So very, very excited for that. Matthew said, I'm trying to give Big E a belly to belly in the first place is very stupid. Legend Killer said, we're back from commercial break. I am not Legend Killer. I am not. I am watching a man with domino. In fact, oh my God, I've got all the American adverts. I've got a man with dominoes. A bank is supposed to help you save money. There is a nodding dog right now. So why does your credit card have an annual fee? It's a great question. There are no annual fees on Discover cards, guys. That is breaking news. Nature's Bounty. Triple action pill that allows you to sleep for longer. Guys, if you are sleeping without taking pills to help you do it, then are you even sleeping? That's what you should ask yourself. If you are just closing your eyes and going to sleep but not taking pills to help you do it, are you even asleep? Because they sell those in America right now. So take them all, yeah? And then you'll need to take a pill to help you wake up as well. Colby Miffin, shout out to you, Colby Miffin. That's very kind, my friend. Very, very kind. I like a big chunky comment. Let's get stuck into this, shall we? It's like a Big Mac of a comment. It's like a quarter pounder of a comment. Here we go. Days, if Fiend was still in WWE, he and Woods could have had a feud, playing off the history that they have. Then, like many Fiend opponents, Woods could turn heel on the New Day, showing a more dark side. Thank you for all of your work. Colby, I really appreciate that, dude. I really, really appreciate that. That's very, very kind. I must admit, I was never the biggest fan of the Fiend changing people idea, just because I think it was going to be very difficult to do long term, and also it means that you have to book everything around the Fiend. So all of a sudden then, you might start getting yourself in some really tricky situations where his next logical feud is got to be against this person, but you don't want them to change afterwards. So I don't know, I was always a bit skeptical as to whether that was actually a thing or not. And I was always a bit skeptical as to whether it should be a thing or not. I would actually be very interested to know if it was. Was it just a coincidence? Because there was a couple of people he faced that didn't seemingly change after. For example, Cena. He faced Cena at WrestleMania, and when Cena came back, he was a face. He faced Goldberg, and Goldberg didn't seem to change after he faced Goldberg. So you can definitely point to a few people and say that he changed maybe Seth and maybe Daniel Bryan. Like, you can definitely point to some. But I'd be interested to know if that was actually a thing or if it was a coincidence. We've said before, when we get that Fiend, Wyndham, Bray Wyatt promo, that interview, that is going to be, I think, something that's really going to take people by storm. Take the internet wrestling community by storm. There's a lot of questions people have got. Can I just tell you that Corbin and Madcap have beaten up the Viking Raiders backstage. Now we've got them coming out trying to beat up Drew. Drew is single-handedly beating up everyone right now. Kept up by Drew. So, yeah, Colby, really appreciate the support, dudes. So we've got Corbin in the entranceway staring at Drew. Drew's getting his sword. Guys, he is about to decapitate someone. He's got his sword. He's holding the sword up, pointing at WrestleMania. The six-man tag wasn't happening. No, it's not happening. Do it for Yorkshire. I am extremely scared about Big E. This is big, big news, says Evan. Yeah, it's nasty. Hopefully we can get an update. Drew pointing his sword at Corbin, who's in the entrance ramp. Will the UK government strip Roman of his title? What will happen to the table? Why would the UK government strip Roman? Plus also, how can they strip Roman? Rich Holland injured Gargano. Now, Big E, he needs to be more careful. I wish they would update on Big E. There might not be much to update, to be honest. It might be they're doing checks right now, so there might not be anything to update. We're just with Ronda in the ring. It's a flashback at the moment. We're looking at the Ronda, Sonya, Charlotte segment from last week. Someone here said Drew McIntyre needs to be the one to dethrone Roman. I said what I said. Stop running with the sword. It is true. From a health and safety point of view, that is a nightmare. Ronda, Big E injury would never have happened if they just kept him on Raw and pushed him properly. First Gunter, now Butch. Okay, so as we said, we've just got a little video package at the moment. We're 6 minutes away from the halftime scores. I really can't score this one. I mean, honestly, so far, I've seen a pretty fun segment with Brock, and then pretty much nothing else after that, apart from what we're seeing about Big E. Butch helps Sheamus and Ridge Holland win over New Day. Right, who we got coming out now? Is it Ronda? There was a girl in the crowd that was doing that for Ronda. Although there was a guy in the crowd doing that. He's enjoying Ronda. Getting smashed with lag. I missed the Brock segment, says Larry. It's true. Mbappe going to be at Real Madrid, says King Savage. Bionic said on the show we've had a butch and a botch. That's true. There has been a butch and a botch. You're absolutely right. We have had a butch and a botch. Stone Cold is going to make Kevin Owens switch to Cold Wash. Darcy said, what do you think of Brock throwing the title? Disrespecting the title is usually a no-go, but it felt warranted and almost progressed the story well for once. Do you know what? I completely agree. I hate seeing the titles disrespected because that's what everyone is fighting for. And, seeing them just being dragged around or whatever, or just chucked in the corner of a ring when it's time for a match to start. I much prefer to see them on a plinth, see them being presented beautifully and being like, this is it, this is the prize kind of a thing. So seeing it just being chucked is like, oh! And it's the WWE Championship as well. I mean, part of me thinks if you want to chuck the Universal around, not bothered, but WWE, the one that goes all the way back to like Bruno, Buddy Rogers, Hogan, Andre, that hits hard when you chuck that around. But I completely agree, Brock throwing it, saying you've gone and done it now, Roman. You made me bleed my own blood type thing. Yeah, I can definitely forgive it on that occasion. I would definitely not make a habit of it, though. I feel like, fine, I can cope with it for this. I think it definitely is warranted. But yeah, I wouldn't do it loads. So yeah, I agree. Days, come on, it was a joke. Both of them are called Roman. Okay. Larry said Ice-T should come down with Austin at WrestleMania and have a classic line from their detergent ad, says Larry. King Savage said, I think Mbappe is going to be in Real Madrid and it'll be awesome. Smurfy said, Days, Baron missed what he should have done. Dance first, then make the save. I mean, you got to remember, I've had a few fires to put out here. And there's definitely a few things that I've not had chance to see. So right now I'm looking at an advert for Arby's, which I wasn't expecting to be seeing tonight, let me tell you. I'm now seeing Master Chef Junior adverts. Come on, you lot love Gordon Ramsay over there, don't you? Master Chef Junior, the season premiere on Fox. Someone just said on Twitter that Ronda looks insanely awkward waiting in the ring during the commercials. Yeah, they probably do look a little bit weird. I mean, I must admit, they tend to put the lights down and just show during commercials like some videos and whatever. And they just kind of like stand around, and there's not really much for them to do. Because even when we go back, you might not go straight to the ring. It might be, you know, a few adverts and whatever. Ronda being awkward sounds about right, says Shola. What happened to the real Master Chefs? Forget the juniors. Don't know. All I know is that over in America, they've got Gordon Ramsay doing it. Right, we've had a little Lita thing. And now we do go back to Ronda. Let's have a look, see. Ronda's going to cut a promo. Let's see what Ronda's going to say. She's always so quiet, isn't she? Is it just me, or is the crowd and noise quite loud? And you've got, like, Ronda going, saying that I'm a one-trick pony about with an armbar is like saying that Mike Tyson's just a one-trick pony with, like so loud. All around her, it's so loud. She is not playing off the crowd. It's like she's got something to say. She's just going to say it. Don't matter what the crowd are doing. I've been doing more than making babies and raising cows. It's a good job she didn't get that mixed up. Her promos are so painfully bad. I love Ronda, but her promos are painfully bad. Here's I have not got a clue what she flipping said. I have not got a clue what she said. It was something about saying I'm a one-trick pony because of my arm bars. Is like saying that Mike Tyson is a one-trick pony because of his knockout power. I've been doing a lot more than making babies and raising cows. I've been trained by the best in Kurt Angle. And dun 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 dun. That's that segment. But instead of you could actually hear what she was saying, it was like loud noises from the crowd. Charlotte looks like she's ready for a night on the town. She's got a little short dress on, furry arms. Ronda needs Heyman. She's got no emotion. Everything's so... It's also quiet as well. It's also quiet. Like, she doesn't seem to be able to, like, project her voice. It's just like... I really like Ronda in the ring. She's got a great look. She's a badass. She cannot talk. She cannot talk. Charlotte's in the ring. Our match is the biggest fight of your life, and Ronda laughs. We weren't competing last week. You took advantage of me. Ronda needs to slow down with the promo lines. Ronda needs Heyman. Charlotte's best promo. I said it. I can't tell if it's the crowd or if it's just the levels of what, you know, the feed I'm watching. Crowd are loud, man. They seem to be drowning out both women, even Charlotte. Ronda's laughing at Charlotte here. I get it, you're a fighter, and I get it, you're an impressive one at that. When I stand here, I still only see a one-trick pony. I'm going to humiliate you. I'm going to make you tap out. Ronda said, I would love to see that. The uh-ohs are back. It's loud, but it is, like, normal. Is it? This... okay. Charlotte steps out the ring. It's piped-in crowd noises. You tapped out is... I don't think that's being piped in. You tapped out. I mean, you can definitely see people, like, saying stuff. It's not like, you know, like, where you can, like, hear stuff and then you look in the background, everyone's like... Like, that's not the case here. I genuinely think at least those rows close to the ring seem to be quite into this. It looked like Ronda was reading a teleprompter at times. WCW or AEW? Well, I would say WCW, but that's only because it was around longer, and we know the impact it had. We know what that achieved. AEW, I think, is doing some great stuff, and ultimately could be bigger and better. Just showing earlier tonight, Brock felt like a 30-minute promo. That's our main event for night one. Come on, this is awful. Let's talk about a joke about Roman and the UK government. Okay. How are you doing tonight? Pleasure as always. Matt, shout out to you. Sonny said, I've never seen Paul Heyman move so fast. Ace said, I have been watching and been subbed since the Euros. Keep up the good work. Ace, shout out to you, buddy. Appreciate the support. Yeah. I don't know about you, but I'm just still really thinking about Big E. And I'm just thinking, like, you know, it'd be great to get an update. It'd be great for WWE to give us some kind of update on what's happening. Here is Sasha and Naomi. Just gonna have a look on WWE's social media, just see if they've tweeted anything. I mean, it would be nice for an update. I'm sure they're still running tests and everything, but... No, nothing. Still nothing. Okay, Sasha and Naomi making their way out. They are going to be facing Shayna Baszler and Natalya. So we've got Sasha and Naomi against Shayna Baszler and Natalya. It doesn't make any sense that the security guard goons tried to stop Brock from getting to Paul, but they didn't come to help Kofi. I haven't really been watching WWE the past month. Can you tell me what show has been better, Raw or SmackDown? to be honest, I don't know that either show has really been knocking it out of the park recently. There was a Raw, I thought, on Monday was better. Last week, was 2.5 hours of pretty much nothing, and then a really good final half an hour. So we had Edge turn heel, AJ challenge Edge for WrestleMania. We had a new champion crowned. Finn Balor beat Damian Priest. Damian Priest seemed to turn heel. So, there was definitely some movement and some things that happened. But we had to sit through about 2.5 hours of, honestly, what felt like nothing. Just real throwaway matches. SmackDown, outside of the Roman story, I suppose you've got, Ricochet as the new mid-card champion. I don't know, to be honest. I feel like SmackDown with Ronda, Roman, Brock might have the edge, but I don't know that either show has really knocked it out the park during, this WrestleMania build. It's a bit like tonight, really. Is anyone really losing their mind about anything that's happened tonight? Considering we're, 3 weeks out from WrestleMania, there's no pay-per-view show to build to before that, so we should be well into build now. This should be part of the WrestleMania build. Don't know. I feel like the big talking point is Big E. Alvarez has tweeted that Big E gave a thumbs up whilst he was stretchered out. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's always a good sign, isn't it? I know who wins this tag match. It's going to be Shayna and Natalya to insert them in a WrestleMania 4-way women's tag match. Guys, we're at 11 minutes past the hour. Halftime scores. Yes, let's do it. Halftime scores. Butch's debut. To be honest, that's when my TV went out. I feel like you are right. Butch is definitely a talking point, but maybe for the wrong reasons. I think people really like Pete Dunne. And I think people are excited at that, but I think people also go, Butch? Did he say Butch? 4 said Tony. British Soundboard Prank said 3. LD Cool says 7. Blue Scorpio says 6. Chris with a 6. Justin with a 6. War Icon with a 5. Justin with a 6. Your TV gave up when Butch arrived. You're absolutely right. My TV has given up on SmackDown. Oh my God. It's still not come back. It's done. 4.5. 6. 6. 6. 5. 6.25. 5. 5. 6.5. 5, 6.25, 6, 6, 5, Hayden with a 6, Lone Star Friend with a 6, Tyler with a 4, Dalwin with a 7, Sonny with a 7. I'm saying 6 a lot. Cliff Beavers with a 5. I was thinking Butch's debut was to set up Xavier's return, but now Big E could be out with injury, says Jan. Stuttering Steve's with a 6. We got a 625, 6. 666 said Zoom Station. Robin with a 3. Richard said Sasha Banks is soulless to turn on Naomi, and Su Yung has it for the undead realm, allowing Shayna and Natty to win. Mike said Stone Cold's promo has been the best part of the WrestleMania build so far. 4.5 from Bonkers. Ledge Killer with a 6. TV has died a horrible death because of Butchie. Butch out of 10. War Icon said you didn't sing the halftime song. No, in all fairness, we're already 11 minutes past it, so it was a bit of a late decision to get the scores. Right, we've got Naomi over in the corner. We've only got, about 46 minutes left of this show? It's crazy. 10 out of 10 because it's boss time. Who will go into the celebrity wing of the Hall of Fame? Don't know. Still don't know who else is going into the Hall of Fame. We've only got 2 so far, haven't we? With Undertaker and Vader. Should get another name hopefully for Monday. Natalya scooping up, slamming Naomi. Any chance Cody is holding things up? Yes, definitely holding things up. But I don't think he's holding much up. I think he's only holding up the plans for Seth. Naomi gets slammed down by Natalya. This show has been going by quite slow. Is it Budge or Butch? I think Butch. Certainly social media are under the impression it's Butch. I've not seen anyone online saying Budge. So, yeah, horrible belly-to-belly earlier tonight. Trending right now is SmackDown along with Butch and Pete Dunne. I don't even know Carmella Zelina came out. No, they're just sat at ringside next to the commentary table. This show feels so long. It's probably because I'm bored of SmackDown and I'm tired, says Michael. Matt said, do you like sherbet lemons? You should come to my house. I've got 5 sherbet lemons. Oh, Matt. You know how to woo a young lady, don't you? Do you keep your sherbet lemons on standby just like for emergency purposes? Sherbet lemons. I must admit, they're not my favourites, but I'm also, you know, if there was one going, I would take a sherbet lemon. To be honest, Matt, I don't think I'd come round to your house for a sherbet lemon. I mean, I will go round literally anyone's house for a strawberry bonbon, but I don't know if I would go round for a sherbet lemon. I've got standards, Matt, come on. But it's good to know you've got 5. What I like about that is it's very reassuring because you might get peckish and eat one, but that still says to me you're still going to have 4. There's a good chance I'll go round and you'll still have some. You might end up having a couple. Who knows? You might go crazy and have 3, but you're still going to have a couple left over, so... we've got Naomi and Sasha standing tall. They are victorious. There's a load of dudes in the front row taking pictures of themselves with Carmella in the background. I love sherbet lemon, said Larry. That was a PW for Dumbledore's office. That was the PW, the password for Dumbledore's office. What, sherbet lemon? We're seeing last week Usos attacking Nakamura and Boogs. Boogie. Domino's Pizza is making Pizza Hut go out of business, just like AEW will make WWE go out of business, says Curtis. Kyle, shout out to you, bud. I hope you are well. John said the Ronda Charlotte conversation was the right length for Raw, but a bit long for SmackDown. Cola cubes are the best, says Mike. Right, here come Usos making their way down. You know, earlier when Brock was like, if Roman's not here, who could protect you then, Paul? Wouldn't the Usos? Didn't back him up. Lol. Couple of big football stories. Man City have apparently got a deal in place to sign Erling Haaland, according to the Daily Mail. Man United hope to name their new manager by the end of April, also according to the Daily Mail. Pizza Hut is going out of business because they've got restaurants. Delivery is not really their thing. Are they? Are Pizza Hut going out of business? Is that true? Days, for the third time, WWE just put the weekend song for WrestleMania 38. Why are you terrified? No, I think it's been the official song for a little while, hasn't it? The weekend song. No, I'm not terrified. I sort of enjoy the weekend. I don't mind the weekend. I mean, it could be a lot worse. Could be Bad Bunny. In the States it is. Is it really? I've not heard about Pizza Hut struggling at all. I mean, if it goes in the States, you'd have to think it would probably go everywhere, wouldn't it? States has got to be their biggest market. Would they really close in the States but stay open in the UK? I don't even know where did Pizza Hut start? I've got to think America. Where did Pizza Hut start? Let's go. Let's have a look at Wikipedia, shall we? I mean, Pizza Hut's been around here throughout my life. Pizza Hut is an American multinational restaurant. Started in 1958. 1958 in America. When did they come over to the UK? International. China, Mongolia, Pakistan. Don't know. Don't think it's going to give me UK news, unfortunately. I mean, I've there's always been a Pizza Hut around that I can remember in the UK. The chain has got 17,000 restaurants worldwide. Worldwide! Making it the world's largest pizza chain. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Well done, everyone. Well done. Great news. Although, apparently, sadly, going out of business. Will we see Brock Lesnar wiping the Usos penitentiaries? Maybe. Justin said we've already lost Blockbuster and Toys R Us. Do not take Pizza Hut away. I feel your pain, bud. I feel your pain. Days, Cody's debut on Raw in Jacksonville. Gotta say, there's a chance. I don't know how good of a chance, but there's a chance. Definitely. Domino's get their small pizzas from Asda in the UK. That is a fact. Aaron said, I can see Owens stunning Austin at Mania, only for Austin to sit up and stun Owens. If it's Austin's last match, or whatever they're going to call it, I think it would be interesting if Owens wins. Ledge Killer, shout out to you. Cody to debut Raw Jacksonville. I think we answered that. Bakayuka, the Pizza Hut commercial is everywhere. Right, we are back. We've got just over half an hour to go. So we got the Usos in the ring. And they're going to cut a promo by the looks of it. Friday Night Smackdown. The bloodline is now in your city. Have they really been tag champs all that time? 200 and some days? We the ones. One and done, it says on their tops. Right, Shinsuke's entrance music hits. Here's Shinsuke and Boogs. Boogs looking a bit worse for wear. Boogs has got his leg bandaged. Okay, so where are we going with this? You can get pizzas from Iceland in the UK for £1, says Chris. Oh. What do you call a singing computer? Adele, said Coach Co. You two actually want to face the Usos at WrestleMania? Okay, so they're pointing and laughing at Rick Boogs, who's got his leg bandaged. Okay, you can have a title shot at WrestleMania. So, Usos against Boogs and Nakamura. Okay, if Boogs can beat Jey Uso, then they'll get added to the tag match at WrestleMania. Jey Uso versus one-legged Rick Boogs. Boogs is impressive. Zayn injured Boogs again. Usos super kick Zayn. Boogs takes off the bandage. He's fine. So now we've got a perfectly healthy Rick Boogs against Jey Uso. Days, I've heard Toys R Us is returning to the UK. A location that has apparently been all but confirmed is Exeter. Smiths took the building they were in a few years ago. Right, said Usos, I believe, have been tag champs ever since the DUI arrest. Right, great presses, military presses by Rick Boogs. Very impressive stuff. His strength is very impressive. Nakamura going for a high kick. Super kick by Jimmy Uso. Nakamura goes down. Boogs comes over, grabs Jimmy Uso. Forearm strike. Down goes Jimmy Uso. Roll up by Jey. Kick out by Boogs. Kick coming in by Jey Uso. Reversed by Boogs. Slams Jey Uso down. 2, 3. Boogs wins. Boogs wins, and that means that we are going to be getting Nakamura and Boogs taking on the Usos at WrestleMania. Apparently, City have agreed personal terms with Haaland. I did just read that, yeah. The Daily Mail reporting that apparently it's a done deal, yeah. Again, I don't know how true it is. What is the greatest irony regarding peaceful Canadians? They become violent when their hockey team loses, says Yodong Gone Wrong. What is the main event? I have no idea. Genuinely don't know. I think we've seen everything that was announced in advance. Shinsuke is pointing up at the sign. Right, we're looking at Johnny Knoxville, Sammy Guevara now. Bloodline are going to lose all the belts at WrestleMania, says Larry. Boogs is being wasted right now. He looks legit, said JDEMEC. Amin, hello. Hope you are well. Right, we've got around about half an hour to go. We've got about half an hour to go. So, Sami Zayn's coming out. Sami Zayn, who had his telephone number displayed in the sky last night. Earlier today, I think, actually. There are 37 wrestlers in the game that no longer work for WWE. Honestly, the fall and rise of the Bloodline would be an interesting story, says Shoggoth. Up next, it's going to be Sami against Ricochet for the Intercontinental Championship. So, Sami against Ricochet. Any updates on Big E? I don't believe there's been anything, no. Let's have a look and see if Brian Alvarez is given any update or Sean Ross Sapp. Brian Alvarez. Big E gave a thumbs up as he was stretchered out, but it looked very bad. Hoping for the best. That was 40 minutes ago. Let's have a look at Sean Ross Sapp. As Fightful reported earlier today, IC title match now. More on WrestleMania plans for Butch. Master of the Tees. Gonna be a blast. Let him surf. No. No updates. Nothing from Sean Ross Sapp. Nothing from Brian Alvarez. Days, any truth in Kevin Phillips waiting to sign for Liverpool? Don't know, bud. I heard there's a few that are interested in him. Do you think Shinsuke and Boogs win the titles? Because I think Usos should hold on to them since they're close to holding them for a full year. Do you think Shinsuke and Boogs will win the titles? I think they could, but I'm just really not interested in that for Boogs. That doesn't do it for me whatsoever, to be honest. And not really for Shinsuke either. I mean, Shinsuke is a former IWGP champion. He was a big star in New Japan. I mean, he is just such a mid-carder here. He deserves better. Boogs deserves better. This tag team just aren't doing it for me. I do not get excited when it's their segments at all. So I would personally probably keep them on the Usos, who are a proper tag team. Split up Boogs and Nakamura and just find something new for them both to do. Since Pete Dunne has changed his name, we have a new match of AEW WWE Butch versus the Butcher. We're still at commercial break. Lesnar signed a multi-year deal, said he'll be working more dates. It's not just a few pay-per-views, so I think Roman could lose, says Aaron. Why don't you stream NXT Level Up? Because it's on at the same time as Rampage. I don't understand why Brock didn't come to the ring and beat the snot out of the Usos to get a bit of revenge for last week. Yeah, I'm not sure either, to be honest. I thought you would have. What is the main event? No idea. I don't even know if they've announced one. WWE hits different live. So 27 minutes to go. This has been the quickest SmackDown tonight, said End of Days. What's the difference between an enzyme and a hormone? You can't hear an enzyme, but you can hear a... Okay, AJ. Maybe that one doesn't quite work on a SmackDown stream. Michael said Brock had left the building. Dude Perfect are going to be at WrestleMania, says Justin. Right. We are back. I'm seriously just waiting for something to happen here. Could they be saving Cody for Mania like the Hardys? They could. They could. There's thoughts he might be in at Jacksonville, but they could absolutely be saving him as well. Just got an advert for WrestleMania. Are you a fan of cheap steak or expensive steak? Not bothered. Not bothered. I will go for either. Fox, next Friday, Brock and Roman collide. So that's what they're advertising for next week. Brock and Roman collide. So, okay, we might get some at Juicy. Talking of stakes, we might get some at Juicy. We just got to wait a week. Brock and Roman collide. Coming up next, maybe this is the main event. There's only 25 minutes to go. And it is for the title. So perhaps they're going to give Sami and Ricochet a bit of time. Okay, so waiting for Ricochet to come out. Here is Ricochet. AEW is going to invade WWE at Mania. Days, I just got here. I need to rewind to see the Butch reaction. Well, I always have the sound turned down, don't I? So I didn't actually hear it. So it's like everyone had to tell me that that's what they called him. Because for copyright reasons, I have to have the sound light turned down. Austin Theory coming out. That's the bit I'm up to. Nice segue. Thank you. Have you heard that Umaga is in 2K22 as a DLC? I saw the list of DLCs, yes. I think Yokozuna's one, Logan Paul is one, British Bulldog's one. There's a few that you can actually get a hold of on the downloads. Right, Sami. Sami in one corner. We've got Ricochet in the other. Today's Smackdown is bleep because nothing good is happening. Whoever has the upper hand, Raw or Smackdown before Mania, have a large percent of losing. Big E gave a thumbs up. Let's go Prince Puma. Right, Intercontinental Championship match. Got Sami Zayn and Ricochet. 23 minutes to go. Johnny Knoxville distracted Zayn again by using a guitar injury trick. Yeah, I'm sure Knoxville is going to distract. Now Sami is going to lose. Well, still waiting for this match to get going. Did they actually ring the bell? Joe Gacy. Oh, I'd be surprised. Is Joe Gacy about to walk out? That's the NXT guy, Bray Wyatt 2.0. Okay, I do not have Joe Gacy. Where's Joe Gacy? I don't have Joe Gacy. Lucha Underground was fun whilst it lasted. I've read that Vince is interested in selling WWE before the end of the decade, before he passes away. What do you think? Don't know. I don't really believe it. I mean, the noises he's making is that he wants to carry on. Commercial break. You're quite behind. I'm about 20-odd seconds, I think, to be honest, because people were saying about Austin Theory, and then about 20 seconds later he came out. The security guard looked like Joe Gacy. It's not Joe Gacy. Right. I don't know if we are at commercial break. I'm still waiting to go. Is Bron Breakker really going to the main roster? Yes or no? Rumours are yes, which seems very, very quick. It's an old boomer, but that doesn't stop me from flirting with women, says Robert. Right, we are at commercial break. We've got 20 minutes to go. I think that means this Intercontinental Championship match is going to be our main event of the evening. I just expect Johnny Knoxville to come out, distract Ricochet to retain. That's what I'm guessing we're going to get for this SmackDown. What type of fabric is your favorite in terms of clothing? PVC. The Freak Jesse said he looked like Joe Gacy. Sonny said it's my birthday next month. Happy birthday for next month. Lucas said apart from the Butch incident, what's happened on SmackDown today? Big E was dropped on his head. It was horrific, and we're hoping for an update. Other than that, I seriously think this has been an awful SmackDown, to be honest. There's been just nothing to really get excited about or enthused about. Ron said, I would have been peed to pay money to go and see this show. AEW fans said they've not even tried tonight. Do you know if Bron Breakker is going to Raw or SmackDown? Well, he was on Raw, so I'm guessing Raw. He was on Raw with Tommaso. When you say the main event of the evening, I keep thinking of UFC. Yeah, it should be a good UFC tomorrow, in all fairness. Plenty of exciting fights tomorrow. Looks like a really genuinely good card, so I am excited for that. It's your dong day at UFC tomorrow, indeed. The Freak Jesse said the beginning was good with Brock chasing Paul. Charlotte said, I wouldn't call it awful. I've seen worse. One of the worst SmackDown shows I've seen in years, and I am a diehard SmackDown fan. Rumours are that the Steiners will be inducted this year. AJ said, you never know, the Big E injury might have impacted how the rest of the show would have gone. Wrote, I'm not enjoying it. We better hope that Cody is on Raw. We need something. Brock said, I only just saw it and it was brutal. Matt said, do you think Jim Davidson will be in 2K22 or maybe a DLC? I don't. Dysfunction said, I've got a bad feeling that Sami is going to win this and we're going to get the match for the Intercontinental. Reports from Dave were they had no plans for Ricochet. Be very strange for him to win it back just that week later, wouldn't it? How's your next day? Still sore, man. Still sore. I'm excited to see you, Dong. Shout out to you, Bean Taco. Shout out to you. Ronda is a DLC in 2K22. With a landing like that of Big E is okay. How do you think he'll be out for? Dude, we don't know. You don't know. I mean, you don't know what damage he's done. It depends what he's done, doesn't it? I mean, we're talking about him never walking again to him being able to compete next week. So, there's no way of knowing. Why are we called the Dark Ages? Because there was a lot of nights. NXT is dead, says Mike. Mandy is the women's champion and Ziggler the world champion. Big chop coming in by Ricochet. Harley said, I honestly think SmackDown has just been extremely average. I'm seeing Batman on Sunday and I hope it's good. Bakayuka said, day's overall show for me. I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Send Butch. It makes more sense for Ricochet to lose it at Mania, says channel name. I think SmackDown might be as bad as usual, except a Roman segment isn't here to carry it. That's an interesting way of looking at it. That's an interesting way of looking at it. Maybe this is just what SmackDown is normally like, but there is no Roman segment to save the day at the end. That's interesting. Kick coming in by Sami. Matthew said DLC on WWE 2K22 is Rob Van Dam, Ronda, the Boogeyman, Logan Paul, and more. Strike coming in by Sami. We're 16 minutes from the end. Strike coming in. Ricochet with ref distracted by weaponized bloods. Raw and SmackDown need younger champions, said King Savage. No Roman, no party, said Shola. The match is going to be great, but it's not strong enough for the main event of SmackDown, says Primo. Why do cows have hooves and not feet? They lack toes, says Coach Co. We don't even know Logan's moveset, says Harley. I don't think Logan knows Logan's moveset, in all fairness. I think this might be how Logan finds out what his moveset is, by playing 2K22. I think the whole idea of Ricochet winning the title was to show how annoying Knoxville's distractions have been, almost to just boost their feud. That's why I think Sami is going to win it back, says Dysfunction. I think that would be a mistake. But, I mean, listen, anything can happen in WWE, and it could go that way. Back elbow by Sami. Rotem said, honestly, WrestleMania just doesn't look that interesting. Maybe Edge AJ. Sami Zayn goes down. They only use Roman in big markets, it appears. We've got Ricochet going up top. Ricochet gets pushed to the outside, goes hard, colliding into the barricades. Smile on the face of Sami as we go to our final commercial break, or at least I believe our final commercial break. Rosemary and Ali save Naomi from Su Yung. How has the show that has had Brock Lesnar, Ronda Rousey, Sasha Banks, Charlotte Flair, and Drew been so boring? The creative writing and booking sucks, says British Soundborn Pranks. James says, don't watch it then. Primo said, but that's pretty crazy. The IC title is actually main eventing when the Universal Champion isn't on a show. Is that progress? I mean, I don't know if you can class that as progress, to be honest. The fact that we didn't even know there was an Intercontinental Championship match until, I don't know, moments before it happened. I mean, it wasn't even part of the official preview. So, I mean, it's just been chucked on, isn't it? It's been chucked on. There's little prestige to this match. They only faced each other, was it last week? Don't know, man. I don't know if I can call this progress. I mean, I suppose it's nice it's the main event, but I am just sat here thinking, well, Johnny Knoxville's going to distract. Ricochet's going to retain. No one gives a damn about the Usos or the Bloodline, says Miguel. End of day said, I'm sorry, I don't know what it is, but I love WWE. Well, that's good. Maybe because of the UK tour in April and 2K22. Harley said, I'm still hoping to make Brock Roman a Hell in a Cell. It's one of the few feuds that is deserving of that stipulation, especially if it is nicknamed the biggest WrestleMania match of all time. AEW fan said, Days misses the Super Bowl. I did enjoy the Super Bowl, yes. British Bulldog will be in 2K22 as DLC, as well as Umaga, Yokozuna, Rikishi, Mr. T, Cactus Chat, Vader, Boogeyman, Hurricane, Stacy Keebler, Doink, RVD. They are all the legends. Thank you, Liv and Zelina Stan. Shola said, couldn't Roman show up? We've only got 3 more weeks to WrestleMania. Well, they're advertising it for next week, aren't they? Roman and Brock collide. Big E is officially injured really bad. Lexi, a.k.a. Alexa Bliss, posted a tweet saying prayers and thoughts to Big E. Yeah, I mean, she might not know. She might just be watching like the rest of us. I mean, shout out to you. Matt said this match needs more Jim Davidson. Hustle for Love said WWE is so PG, they don't even want to show the sweat on the mats. If Pete Dunne is Butch, what would Adam Cole have been? Baby. He would have been Baby. It wouldn't have been Adam Cole Baby. It would have just been Baby. And that would have been it. OGK attacked Ricochet and Sami. What the hell? We all want a SmackDown that's engaging and a lot of talking points for us to discuss, but I guess as long as Vince sees 2.2, he's a happy man. Josh says, I miss Huskus. Budge, baby. Update on Bobby Lashley. There isn't one. I haven't seen any. We're back to this Intercontinental. Elbows coming in by Ricochet. We've got 10 minutes to go. Ricochet kicking at the legs of Sami. Ricochet comes crashing down on Sami. Sami with Ricochet. Strikes to the back. Ricochet lands on his feet. Sami round the back, reversed by Ricochet as well. Back elbow coming in by Sami, and again. Sami just constantly throwing in elbows at the moment, trying to wear down Ricochet. Sami with Ricochet, picks him up. Oof. One. Just a one count. Apparently the show did really good ticket numbers. The poor audience didn't get a great show, though. What if Knoxville does come down, tries to attack Sami, misses, gets Ricochet, Sami wins, Ricochet attacks Knoxville and turns heel, says AJ. Atom said both Roman and Brock will retain their titles because Bobby's going to return and attack both contenders. Both of these guys throwing in big shots at the moment. Uppercut there by Ricochet. Super kick by Ricochet. Sami on the shoulders of Ricochet as back elbow comes in. Ricochet in one corner. Sami in the other. Gets caught. Blue Thunder Bomb by Sami and a shoulder up by Ricochet. Main event with Johnny Knoxville. What is this? Do you know Butch Dingle? No. Is that something to do with East Emmerdale? That's like Dingles, isn't it? Sami is slapping himself as Ricochet is down. Sami's trying to wake himself up. There's a lot of noise again, but I can't tell if this one's genuine or not. I don't know, man. They've got me guessing all the time, second guessing. Sami going up. Apparently this venue can hold 8,000 or something, which feels a bit small. I mean, it feels like a big venue. Feels like 20-odd thousand. Ricochet is up top. Sami is going up. Do you go Eddie Kingston? I like Eddie Kingston, yeah. Maven, yeah, Maven. I know Maven. Slamming down. Days, obviously on your 18th, you went to have a drink but ended up joining old people watching horse racing. That is correct. Did you ever do that again, or was that a one and done thing? That was one and done. I mean, I didn't even intend to do it that time, did I? It was like, let's go out. We'll go down to this local pub. And then we walked in and there was a load of old people betting pennies on 1970s horse races that were being projected onto a screen. And it was one of them where you open the door and like everything stops and everyone stares at you and you was like, it was really awkward. It was really awkward. Ricochet going up top. Sami is down. Ricochet comes crashing down onto Sami. Rolls him over. 1, 2. Oh, he wins clean. Wow. Ricochet wins clean. Why? What's the thought process there? To make Ricochet feel legit. I mean, I'm down for it. I was fully expecting Johnny Knoxville to cost Sami. But Ricochet wins clean. Didn't see that coming. Still IC champ Ricochet. Okay, 5 minutes we've got. Ricochet crashing down on Sami. I mean, fair play. I tell you what does feel like progress. Them putting the belt on Ricochet, keeping it on Ricochet, and giving him a clean win in a main event. That feels like progress for Ricochet. Sami slumps outside the ring. We're backstage. We've got, is it Charlotte and Ronda going at it? Into the side of a car. Charlotte trying to be broken up with Ronda. Some dude just got thrown at Charlotte. They're trying to separate these two, but they're really struggling. Ronda kicks out at Charlotte. Charlotte goes into some scenery. Again into the side of a car. Onto a boot. Breaking news, Big E has posted a video on Twitter. Oh, okay, well that must be good news. What does it say? Charlotte suplexes Ronda onto the front of this car. Ronda is... this is good. I like this. What's she going for? Oh, look at that. Like a camel clutch. And now she's like pulling at the side of her face as well. Charlotte pushing at some officials. So that's all right. What a way to end SmackDown. Ronda is down. I think, is Charlotte going to walk away? There we go. Yawn, 2 out of 10. A 4-minute segment between Charlotte and Ronda yet again to end the show. The timing of some of these segments are so strange. Right. Let's wrap that up. Let's go over to Fight TV for AEW Rampage. Breaking news, Big E has broken his neck. Broken neck, but still positive. What?
see that? That's right now. They tell me my neck is broken, so there's that. But once again, thank you, everybody. I'm gonna be all right. I'll be good. Don't worry. Go to sleep.
I'll be good. Don't worry.
For real, thank you. And I appreciate all of you.
They tell me my neck is broken. Big E breaks his neck. What about his feet? He said he can move his digits, but what about his legs? Thoughts with wow, man. Poor Big E. Poor Big E. What do you say about that? I mean, he's saying that he can move his digits, but they tell him that he's got a broken neck. Wow. Yeah, I'm just seeing the reaction to the Big E stuff. Great to hear from Big E. Even if he is suffering, he's reached out to make sure that he was okay. You've got to love this man. Like everyone else, I hope for a speedy recovery. Only guy that could be upbeat after breaking his neck. Big E is unmatched, and I hope he heals fast. It's worth noting that Kurt Angle broke his neck and still competed in the final of a flipping Olympics. So by no means does this mean that he's, do you know what I mean, paralyzed or anything like that. But it is massively concerning. Of course it is. All we know is what he said. So we don't know the extent of these injuries. But either way, I mean, Jesus, you don't want to be going to work and breaking your flipping neck, do you? So, super, super serious stuff. Super, super serious stuff. Let's change this over. Every time I see an overhead belly-to-belly, I always get concerned. Yeah, that is true. I mean, people are, like, thrown over like that and kind of coming down sort of head first, but they do always manage to just get their head tucked in, their back making the contact first, but just not this time. It just shows, doesn't it? I mean, like, there's a lot of moves that can cause big, big problems. And, something like this happens, and I feel sorry for Ridge Holland as well, to be honest, because, I mean, imagine what he must be feeling like. Obviously, thoughts with Big E more, but no way did Ridge want this to happen. And, how must he be feeling tonight? It must be awful. It must be absolutely awful for everyone involved. Bruno's neck was broken too. Right, we've got, I don't even know what we've got here. This Darby Allin in action against one of Private Party. Is it Cassidy? We'll go with that. For me, I reckon SmackDown was about a 5, to be honest. I don't even know if I can score it that fairly, because I probably missed about 15 to 20 minutes in the first hour, with the coverage going down on TV. The Brock thing at the start I thought was good. Ricochet winning at the end I thought clean. I thought was really good. The beatdown I thought was good at the end as well. Outside of that, I mean, honestly, I don't know if there was anything else. I mean, Pete Dunne being around, you go, brilliant, but then, like, his name's Butch, and you go, oh. So I kind of feel like that cancels that out in a way. Like, Pete Dunne's here, but we're calling him Butch. I mean, getting Butch over is going to be... I don't know. I don't even know if he's going to be able to do it. I don't know if he's going to be able to get Butch over. I look at Pete Dunne and I don't think Butch would work for Rick Boogs. Butch doesn't work for Pete Dunne. So, I don't know, man. That's why, for me, it levels out about a 5. This was a below-average SmackDown for me, and as we said, I think this is a SmackDown when you don't have Roman. When you don't have Roman, this is what a SmackDown would look like. So that's why I think it's going to work out about a 5 for me. The big talking point, though, I mean, the scores are relevant. The big talking point is Big E and hoping that he's all right. It's awful news. Awful news. 250 votes is what we've got. 250 votes. And it seems like a lot of people agreeing that this was not the strongest of shows. I think for maybe the first time ever, 8 to 10 was the lowest voted. 7 to 7.5 topped by 2%. And then it was 5.75 or below. A quarter of people voted said that. All of them very, very close. I mean, I just urge that when people do use the polls, they're just really honest with what they think. Not interested in WWE fanboys just spamming like 8 out of 10 if the show wasn't that. Just want a real reflection of what people genuinely think. And I feel like this poll probably is what people think. I think people probably thinking that it did enough, and certainly with Charlotte and Ronda at the end, and maybe a good main event, and Ricochet winning clean, it was probably enough for some people to get into the 7s. So that's why, like, we're seeing like 7s win at 27%. For me personally, I would want more. I feel like, you know, a strong end to the show can't erase like the rest of the show. So that's why I'm more down in the 5s. Which was the second one. And then, as we said, you know, 6 is 23%. I mean, it's all real close, isn't it? It's all real close. It's kind of like all of them are pretty much 25, 25, 25, 25. Kind of feels like the community is really split today as to where they fall. So, but I should imagine the community are not split on showing their support for Big E. So, yeah, absolutely awful. Absolutely awful. And it's resulted in a man breaking his neck. Awful. Was I the only one thinking Ricochet was going to be attacked? No, I did as well, but I fully expected Ricochet to be attacked. In the Fight TV chat right now, they're talking about Big E. Terrible belly-to-belly on Big E. Ridge Holland needs to be fired. Big E has just put a post on Twitter. I hope he's okay, but I have heard his neck is broken. Pete Butch Dunne. Darby going for the pin in this one. Heather said, horrible question. I didn't see it happen. Do you think WWE will keep the footage up? Yeah. I don't see why they'll take it down. I mean, they didn't show a replay of it, and I don't think they would edit it out. You know, I think it might depend on how this plays out. Right now, I don't expect them to put a YouTube video out showing it. They didn't show a replay of it. It's aired, so I mean, there's nothing you can do with that. Where does it go now? I genuinely don't know. Like, I don't know if there's a replay of SmackDown shown. I don't know if it's going to get... I mean, they could edit it out of replays. But to be honest, I mean, it really depends what happens. If Big E's going to make a full recovery, then I mean, they'll probably keep it. But if it's going to be something that's going to result in long-term damage to Big E, they might edit it out. I think Big E's out of WrestleMania, but I don't even know what the plans would have been for him at WrestleMania, to be honest. Realistically, Big E could be out for 12 months plus. You know, a neck injury is... depends what it is. I mean, if he's broken his neck, how long does it take to recover from a broken neck? Let's just have a quick Google. Broken neck recovery. Time. It says, how long does it take to recover? A simple break that doesn't affect your spinal cord can be treated with a neck brace that's worn for 6 to 8 weeks until the bone heals. More complicated breaks can require surgery and other treatments, such as a stiff neck brace, and that can be 3 months. So, it varies, is the answer. Ivar broke his neck and he was back in 7. Ridge Holland is done. Days, I broke my C3. I was in a neck brace for 8 weeks. Sorry to hear that, Eric. I mean, anything to do with necks, it's got to be a lot of people's just like one of their worst nightmares. Anything to do with your neck, you just wouldn't. Oh, God. I broke my C3. I was in a brace for 8 weeks. Holland should be off TV for a while, in my opinion, says 1987 big fan. I don't know. I mean, he's got him belly to belly. He throws him over and he doesn't like rotate him around enough. I feel like there's a bit of he doesn't throw him enough, does he? I mean, I feel like there is a bit of blame on Ridge Holland for this. But then part of it is just like a bit of, wrestling. It's just wrestling and, injuries happen in wrestling. Things happen in wrestling. But he didn't throw him enough. He didn't rotate him enough, did he? Yeah. To be honest, if I was booking it, I would wait to see how this is going to go, right? You've got a week, so you'll have a much better idea by next Friday. If Big E is going to be all right, like he's just going to be in a brace for 6 to 8 weeks, but he will make a full recovery, I would not take him off. I would actually have Ridge Holland coming out joking about how he broke Big E's neck. I think if he's going to make a full recovery, then do that, because you are going to get nuclear heat. You are going to have people so angry. You will have people saying that is distasteful. You will have people saying it's too far. But is that not what a heel would do? A heel would gloat about the fact he broke Big E's neck. I mean, it's out there. Everyone knows about it. I certainly would not do that if it was going to be long-term damage or if there was going to be long-term repercussions. But if you find out that within, a week's time, it's just going to be a case that he will make a full recovery, then I would use it. I would use it. Use it to get mad heat on Ridge Holland. Hardys have come out. Ridge is a little green. He rarely does belly to bellies. If you put 2 to 2 together, it spells disaster. Indeed. Hardys are looking like their old selves. Hardys come out to help Sting and Darby Allin. Yeah, I wonder how Sting feels working with Jeff. I mean, I wonder if that's sorted or... I don't know. I don't know what their relationship's like, to be honest. Right, we've got Dan Lambert with Scorpio Sky and Ethan Page. True AEW fans, who's that? Everyone wants to blame the new guy. It's the way the sport is. It takes two to tango. I'm sure Big E does not blame Ridge Holland. Big E also didn't look like he jumped when you are supposed to help. I mean, it is true. There is a degree of it being a wrestling incident, like wrestling instant to it, but he doesn't get him over enough. I mean, you can say that it's down to Big E not launching himself enough and not helping enough, but certainly Ridge didn't rotate him enough. I agree. I don't think Big E will blame Ridge Holland for it, and I'm certainly not calling for Ridge Holland to be fired or anything along those lines. I wondered that as well, said Eric. Did Sting and Jeff make up? I seriously don't know. Don't know. Sting said in an interview that he has forgiven him. Okay. CM Punk's next feud, besides Hangman Page, I think it's a next feud, should be against either get involved with Chris Jericho's story or returning Miro, said Root Beer Float. Big E could do with a break from wrestling. Well, he's going to get one. He's definitely going to get one. CM Punk's next feud. Yeah, I don't get this. CM Punk's next feud, besides Hangman, I think its next feud could be either Chris Jericho or Miro. Okay. I mean, are we done with, like, MJF? I mean, I'm guessing we probably are. There's not really anywhere to go after the dog collar, is there? I feel like Kingston and Jericho aren't done, though. So, it's tricky. I wondered if Miro might be going on to face Hangman. So, yeah, it's tricky. I don't quite know what will be next for CM Punk. Rampage is on next week at 11:30, which is 4:30 UK time. Okay. Well, we're definitely not watching that. Not with all the stuff we have to do on Saturdays. I ain't sticking around till 4:30. So, yeah, we'll have to miss Rampage next week. I mean, that would have to be a whole separate stream, wouldn't it? I mean, if Smackdown finishes at 3, God, the views for that are going to be atrocious. Honestly, the views just drop off a cliff once you get like further into Rampage. Who's going to be tuning in at 4:30, like UK time, or 11:30? Gotta think that's bad. Gotta think that's not great news at all. Eric said the Pinnacle losing that stadium stampede, where if the Inner Circle lost, they would break up, seems pointless now, since the Inner Circle broke up anyway. MJF will grant his release with 90-day non-compete, I bet, and lose his ability to challenge for a belt. What happened with Jeff and Sting? It was all the Victory Road stuff where Jeff was off his face in the ring and like really gone. And he came down and it was the main event. And it was Sting against Jeff, and they had to literally wasn't it like one Scorpion death drop and a pin, and that was it. And Jeff was like, didn't know what was happening because he was completely gone. So, yeah, I mean, talk about unprofessional. Talk about addiction. He was completely out of it. Do you think we'll get a feud between Jeff Hardy and CM Punk, as they've had some great matches? I really don't know what the plans will be for Jeff Hardy outside of the tag stuff. I mean, they might just keep him in the tag team. I would imagine they can always pull on a Jeff Hardy singles match if ever they feel they need one. But I think for right now, it'll probably be tag team stuff. Right, we got House of Black. House of Black. House of Tattoos, says Lone Star Friends. Americans are moaning on Twitter because it's late. I'm thinking it's not that late, says James. Right, we are just seeing House of Black. Man, that is so bad about Big E. Right, we got Jamie Hayter and Mercedes Martinez. Hayter and Mercedes. I don't think AEW should do a storyline with Jeff talking about his drug and alcohol problems. It seems like every time WWE or TNA did, he went back to that stuff. House of Black stuff is gold right now. They don't even really say much, but it still feels cool and important, says David. In my opinion, Rampage should be moved the hour before SmackDown. Didn't they do that, though? And the ratings kind of came back as not that impressive. I mean, that was really strange. Mercedes versus Hayter is going to be a slobber knocker. That cramp in your neck doesn't feel so bad now, does it? Well, it does, actually. It does. Just because I know there's someone in the world going through a lot worse, it doesn't... I can still really feel it. If anything, I can feel it more. Because now I'm going like, oh my God, what if I've broke my neck? Days, accidents happen, but Ridge should really try and avoid doing moves that he's not used to doing, says Primo. It makes zero sense for Malachi to have to always rely on Black Mist to pick a dub, says Bakayuka. They were building up Black like this now to be a prospect for The Undertaker, but Vince screwed that up and released him like Bray. It'll be better ratings than 11:30, though. That's true. I'm not sure how many people knew that it was early. True. Everyone is disappointed after SmackDown, so they switch over to AEW, hoping for something better, says Justin. I don't know that that's true, to be honest. Certainly not if you compare the fact that SmackDown gets 2.2 million and Rampage gets, 500,000? So, certainly 2.2 million ain't tuning into Rampage, hoping for better. I hope we get to see Black Machismo, Jay Lethal, more on Dynamite or Rampage soon. That gimmick is good and funny. The Macho Man would be proud and dig it. We've got Mercedes Martinez down. We've got Britt Baker on the outside of the ring. Kick coming in by Jamie Hayter. I think I'd like to see more of Jamie Hayter kind of standing on her own a little. Jamie Hayter, Mercedes Martinez. I don't hate this match at all. Jamie backs away. Kick to the side of the body. Mercedes Martinez getting up in the corner. Strikes coming in by Mercedes Martinez. Big kicks coming in by Jamie Hayter. Jamie Hayter takes a bow. Smile on her face. Days 2.2 are going to bed after SmackDown. The diehards are the one that stays up for Rampage, says Primo. We never did get Tony Storm, Athena, and the other less well-known agents in AEW. No, they just never seem to be that bothered about bringing them in, to be honest. I would like to see some more Hayter too, says Tahil. She's meant to be really good. I mean, I don't know a great deal about her. I'd never heard of her until she came into AEW. All I know is that she's from Southampton, which I think is kind of fun because that's where I used to live. But really don't know anything about her. She was in Rev Pro. So she was in Rev Pro between 2015 and 2021. So I don't know if she was based in London or where, but from 2018 to 2020, she was in Stardom as well. And then she's been in AEW since last year. Big chop coming in by Jamie Hayter. How does SmackDown still get 2 million? It's crazy. A year ago it made sense, but it's just terrible. If it didn't have Brock and Roman, it instantly would be the worst TV wrestling show. Well, they've still got big names, haven't they? I mean, they use either Brock or Roman or both most weeks. They've still got Ronda. They've still got Charlotte. They've still got Sasha. Sasha Banks. I mean, her Mandalorian figure came out. I don't know if you saw that on social media, but I mean, she's obviously a big, big star. So, I mean, it's got star power. And honestly, there's probably a lot of people that just tune in, and as long as they get to see their favourite stars walk out and, they get to just watch them do something in a ring, that's, might be all right for some people. We've all got different expectations and different needs, really, from wrestling. I think a lot of the hardcores want, good matches, good storytelling, but I think for a vast majority of people out there, they don't need that. They just need to see their favourites, and that's it. And that's good enough. And I think Vince knows that as well. I think Vince has been in the industry long enough to know that just putting people out there is good enough for the vast majority. The kids, if the kids tune in on a Friday and they get to see their favourite, be it Sasha, be it Butch, then, that'll be good enough for them. And also, I think one of the other things Vince knows is that it doesn't really matter what the show is, as long as you end strong. As long as you end with something big, that's what people will remember. I really think that, that's why we see a show that kind of struggles a little bit, but always seems to have a big ending. I mean, like this week, we got a Intercontinental main event, clean finish, and then a brutal beatdown between Ronda and Charlotte. And undoubtedly, that is, you end on a high, you go, okay, that's good ending. And that's going to influence your scores. It's going to influence how you talk about the show. You're not going to talk about the fact that for an hour and a half, the show was maybe a bit underwhelming. You're going to talk about, how was SmackDown? Well, main event was good. Charlotte and Ronda with the beatdown. I thought that was pretty good. The start with Brock. I mean, it's kind of like, this is how it started. This is how it ended. And then Big E broke his neck, and that was about it in the middle. So I think there's a few things that Vince is aware of that seems to work for him, doesn't it? As you say, seems to work for him. Strike by Jamie Hayter as Mercedes Martinez goes down. Days, that Von woman is on NXT now. What Von woman? What Von woman? Von woman. Do you mean Von Wagner? It's not a woman. Von Wagner's not a woman. Oh, James, don't tell me you've been on a date with Von Wagner. And he was like, "Hi, James. Great to see you. Yes, I'm a woman." "Are you sure you're a woman?" "Yes." "What do you want to drink?" "Wine." "You sure you don't want a beer?" "No, thank you." That's how you tell. Lovely German by Mercedes Martinez. Von Wagner. Yeah, that's exactly what he meant. But he wrote Von Woman. Britt Baker throwing in some strikes to Mercedes Martinez. It doesn't work for Vince if he doesn't create new stars, but I guess Vince doesn't care about that since he's probably sell that before matters to ratings. Obviously not. The woman who was there with Von Wagner and then disappeared. Ah. Got ya. Jamie Hayter wins thanks to some outside interference. Do you think AEW is making a mistake running their awards on YouTube instead of making them part of Wednesday or Friday? I think it could be a really fun show. Perhaps Tony doesn't think the ratings will be in it. But I think you could make it a special. You could make it really fun. Thunder Rose has come running down with a chair. They'll attack Mercedes and Rosa will come out, probably with Red Velvet. Well, Rosa did come out. All AEW need to sign is Bray Wyatt, a few more women, Samoa Joe, maybe Renee Young, and we need a girl on commentary. Rosa. Here she is. Serena Deeb. Legend. I hope she absolutely destroys her again. Revenge! What did she say? I will cut your head off. It's all a bit extreme, isn't it? What's this, EC dub? I agree, but no commentary, girl. Shida is better. I've said it. I can't believe you said it. I can't believe you went there. I can't believe you've put that out in the universe. I should imagine this community is going to rip you apart now. If this community knows it's wrestling, I should imagine it will rip you apart now. 1987 big fan. That is risky. That is risky. You might regret saying it. I'm just saying. I'm just saying it. I'm just saying it that you might regret saying it. That's all I'm saying, and I'm not saying anything else. EC dub. Oh. James Chadwick said, I love Shida. God damn, you're not meant to agree. I hope it's about a year or so CM Punk turns heel. I believe in a couple of years. This is the last run. He might retire maybe 3 or 4 years from now. Shida's got 2 big matches in Japan coming up in TJPW and Ice Ribbon. Huge. Huge. Absolutely huge. Mega matches. Just imagine that'll set indoor attendance records. David says ban. Yes, now we're talking. That's right, 1987 big fan. I've got people demanding that you're banned. Hopefully, he'll think about this. Matt says, Davidson is out of Mania. Repeat, Davidson is out. James said, I love Deeb too. Don't let Von Wagner hear that you're into other women. You'll upset Von Wagner. James, I can't believe that you're into someone other than me. You need to choose, James. It's either Serena Deeb or me. What woman do you love more, James? In my mind, Von Wagner's standing there holding some flowers that James Chadwick bought for him, and there's rain coming down, and he's super sad. You need to decide, James. It's a great visual image. It's a great visual image. I just want to thank everyone for giving me that visual image. Renee's commentary wasn't that horrible, says Heather. Technically, just one person demanded the ban. Yeah, but it was going to start a wave. There was more that were going to jump in. Definitely. This was borderline. We're on the verge of a riot right now because of what 1987 Big Fan said. So, just bear that in mind. Corvid said, I would have been okay with Von Wagner being called up and being called Butch. Yeah. Butch. It just doesn't suit Pete Dunne, does it? Doesn't. I mean, Tyke. You could get away with Tyke. Little Tyke. Little Tinker. But I don't know that you can get away with Butch. Don't know. We got Keith Lee making his way down. Keith Lee. Bask in his glory. Keith Lee versus... Who's Keith Lee versus him? Keith Lee. Keith Lee making his way down. Sheeta's trending. Big E is the number 2 trend in the US right now. I was going to say world, but I think it's just US. Is it QT? There we go. Sonny, hello. Days, shoosh. Shoosh, please. Shoosh. I'm still mind-boggled with Tony Khan on the booking of Alex Reynolds. This dude has all Bret Hart features, and he looks like one, talks like one. I looked up free agents, and Del Rio is on the list. Fun fact, when you look at YouTube analytics, more people are watching AEW through YouTube, less on TV. WWE does less YouTube views, more on TV. AEW is getting more YouTube views than WWE. I do not believe that. WWE's YouTube channel is one of the biggest YouTube channels in the world. I mean, they just get billions and billions of views. I can't believe that AEW is anywhere close to doing what WWE does with its YouTube channel. They put out, I don't know how many videos a day. It's like every day they put out about 20 videos. If anyone's got their notifications turned on for WWE, your life must be horrible. Because your phone must be going off all the time. I'm sure Del Rio is on a lot of lists. Yeah, probably on a list of women for you to phone, I'd imagine, James. Hi, James. It's me, Alberto Del Rio, your girlfriend. Hey, Alberto. Are you sure you're a woman? That's right, James. Are you sure you're a woman just like Von Wagner? Yes. Now buy me a beer. Days, I agree, says Larry. I'm glad you agree, bud. I don't know what you're agreeing with. Should we just say everything? Everything that's been said tonight. Channel name says, right, after Hogan won the title in 1984, things were still the same, but with some spice. The Rock and Wrestling connection led to WrestleMania 1, which made headlines. Okay. WWE's YouTube is insane. AEW is on about 70 million subscribers short of WWE. Is that your impression of Paige? Paige. Hangman Page. That's my impression of Butch. I'm gonna effing puke. He's gonna puke. He's gonna puke. Keith Lee launching a dude into space. Keith Lee's in the ring being punched in the face by someone called Cutie. The Butchmaster. Are you excited for Stone Cold coming back? Yes. Very excited. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Can we call Keith Lee Diebeard? Let's do it. When you look at Raw and SmackDown individually, the matches are around 200 to 500,000, where AEW matches are 700 to 900,000. Okay, so we're saying just the matches get watched a bit more on YouTube. That makes more sense. The only thing I would say is they put out so much flipping stuff that, maybe it's just a case that AEW put out less. So what they do put out gets viewed more. Sometimes less is more. Isn't that right, James? Isn't that right? Sometimes less is more. It's gonna puke. Wrestling with Andy said, Days, this name should have been Bruiser. It writes itself. You're absolutely right. Should have been Bruiser. This is Bruiser. He operates in the Bruiser weight division. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Butch. Where's it even come from? Is that Aaron Solo? Did Aaron Solo? I thought Aaron Solo was celebrating there with Keith Lee. He jumped on him and seemed to give him a hug. Here's Komoroto. Keith Lee and Komoroto. Been a while. Wonder how things have been on the channel and in Daisy's head. Surprised he hasn't lost it yet, says Negative Nigel. Negative Nigel, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Boom. Massive powerbomb by Keith Lee. Massive powerbomb. Surprised the ring's still standing. Going over, grabbing Solo. Solo gets hurled. Out, comes crashing down on Komoroto and QT. Lots of quick matches. I wonder if they have a surprise like back in 1998 when The Undertaker threw Mankind off Hell in a Cell and plummeted 16 feet through the announcer's table. I don't know if they have a surprise or if they're just trying to put as much on the show as they can. Powerhouse Hobbs with a spine buster to Keith Lee. I hope Stone Cold stays and doesn't disappear like Cena, says Hammer Studios. Keith Lee will go through Solo, Komoroto, and then we'll have to beat Hobbs for the FT Dub title. Still love that dude's tiger mask in the crowd. That looks great. 18 minutes left to go. Here we go. It's going to be Swerve in the main event against Tony Nese. Tony Nese. Said he hasn't been beaten this year. Powerhouse looked stoned, said Justin. Powerhouse did that quick and tasty. Starks is a rock-solid heel, said Davids. Right, we've got Swerve, we've got Tony Nese. How about? Swerve is more than just a rapper. Swerve is a mogul. It's time for the main event. Do you think Solo Sikoa is going to get revenge against Gunter? I hope not. Gunter is clear of Solo Sikoa. Sorry, Swerve. Whose house? Coog's house, says Coog97. Never been well, never will. Also, did WWE make an Englishman Irish? I don't believe so. They took an Englishman and named him Butch. But I don't know that they made him Irish. So Swerve is basically taking over Leo Rush's gimmick, but doing it better. Here is Tony Nese, the premier athlete. His AEW record is 9-1. I mean, he's got a great physique. There's no two ways about that. Tony Nese. Showing off his physique. And here comes Swerve. Got about 15 minutes to go. Zachary, see you tomorrow, buds. Here is Swerve Strickland, making his AEW debut. He's held 12 different titles in 11 different promotions. Okay, Swerve against Tony Nese, main event of AEW Rampage. In 1953, they took a Canadian and they made him German. Who is that? Is that Fritz? Who is that? I got a root for Nice. Zachary, see you around. I heard Swerve was wrestling, so I came straight here, says Minty. You heard correct. Swerve is debuting. He's debuting against Tony Nese. Swerve in tights. They're orange and purple. It's an interesting colour choice. Mustafa Ali, as you can imagine, he was getting actual death threats. Mustafa Ali must be an animal cage somewhere in Vince's office. Has he got Nickelodeon pants? There is a definite Nickelodeon vibe, yes. It's a little bit solo Kofi Kingston as well. Before New Day. Not the first time they've turned a Samoan guy Japanese. Did anyone hear that Putin and Zelensky are going to have a meeting and have talks, or is that false? I've not heard that. Nice hip toss by Swerve. Does anyone know if WWE owns the right to CM Punk's Fire Burns themes? I don't think he can use it in the future, but it would be good. I would imagine they do, yes. I'd imagine they do. It's a missed opportunity to call him Slime instead of Swerve. Nice looks like a Greek god. Should not lose. B-Fab might go to AEW to face Jades. Over in the corner is Swerve. Gets thrown in by Nice. Nice charges over. Roll up. Kick by... it's not Fritz. Yeah, who was it then? Could you see Dominic Dijakovic in AEW when his WWE contract's up? Yep. Yokozuna was Samoan. Can you see Dominic Dijakovic? Yeah, I answered that one, yes. Over the top rope goes Swerve. Corvid said Tony Khan already hired the only member of Hit Row that was worth employing. I think B-Fab did have potential. I mean, to be honest, Hit Row, I felt like Top Dollar could have got somewhere. but needed work. Swerve, obviously, has been successful in a few promotions. B-Fab, I thought, could get somewhere as well. I didn't really see enough of Ashanti the Adonis. It just the group together with their posing, it felt very forced and very fake. And the irony of that is apparently Triple H let them do their own promos so that they didn't come across as forced and fake. I was reading, I don't know who it was, might have been Swerve, said that apparently there was a bit of heat backstage because the other superstars weren't allowed to cut their own promos like Hit Row were. Which I thought was kind of interesting. Maybe Johnny will re-sign and rename him Luke. Yes, and then we can have Bushwhackers 2.0. Amazing. Man United Tottenham tomorrow. Yep. And we're doing it. It was Hans Schmidt. Okay. I don't know anything about Hans Schmidt. Hans Schmidt. Who did he compete for? He wrestled in territories all over North America. He was hated. He turned Buddy Rogers into a face simply by wrestling against him. Wrestled Luthez several times for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. Faced other legends including Vern Gagne, Antonina Rocca, Whipper Billy Watson. Near the end of his career in the 70s, Schmidt worked in the Montreal region. He worked around. It's interesting. I've never seen any Hans Schmidt. That'd be interesting. I wish there was like loads of footage of that kind of era. I'd love to watch some of that kind of stuff. It just seems to be very kind of little, or it's like not easy to track down. I was watching a really old Capital Wrestling show the other day from 1960 something, and it's basically WWE from the 1960s. So I was watching that. Sucked. We've got a great program for you this evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've got the card that's just come through. So tonight we're going to see Big Billy Bouncing Man taking on Chief J Whipper. That's going to be our main event of the evening. Coming up next, we are going to be seeing a debut. It's going to be Little Johnny taking on Smokestack China. And that's going to be our first match coming up. It was just a guy sat at a commentary desk, literally reading off a bit of paper. Yeah, we got a great show for you. Let's go over to the ringside, and then go over to the ring. It's just a static camera. You can see like the first couple of rows and whatever, and yeah, it was real basic stuff. And the wrestling was slow. Matt said, breaking news: Jim Davison now back on for Mania. Well, that's good. I heard Putin has the main Ukrainian army surrounded in what's called a cauldron, and all supplies have been cut off. Putin is trying to have a meeting, but the US wants to escalate the war. I've not heard any of this. The main story on BBC is Biden warns that any US intervention would mean World War III. US President Joe Biden restates that his country will not directly intervene military against Russia. If US forces fight Russia, that would mean World War III. Ukraine has suggested Belarus might join Russia in the coming hours. Tony Nese over to the outside. Drops and drapes Swerve over that top rope. Moonsault. Tony Nese misses as Swerve moves out of the way. So Tony Nese in control. I'm currently looking for footage of Vince Sr. and I can only find about one tiny clip of him from a movie, which is The Wrestler. I don't think he was ever filmed other than that. I mean, honestly, I don't remember seeing any footage of him. I can't remember seeing any footage. Even the pictures you see are the same old regurgitated pictures. Like, they really are just like the same things again and again and again. So, yeah, really not much out there. It's like all this like amazing, the history of wrestling, which will be so well documented in the future. It feels like we are missing a lot of stuff. Or stuff that just hasn't been preserved very well from, like, you know, the 40s, the 50s, 60s. I feel like you can find stuff, definitely the 80s, of course. I feel like the 70s you can sort of get back to, but 60s and beyond is just... I heard things aren't looking great. There is some old WWE footage of Senior, but it's not much, says Master Chief. Where have you seen that, Master Chief? Is it just like in documentaries and bits like that? Just keep seeing the same flipping picture. There's a picture I've got in my mind of Senior, which I just always seem to see whenever they talk about him. It's him in a suit, just kind of standing slightly off center with like a smile on his face. Tony Nese going over and he's got a foot in the throat of Swerve. Swerve to the outside. I was just looking at pictures of Senior. There's a nice one there of him shaking hands with Andre. That's Vince Senior, Vince's dad. You can't really see him, but you can see Mean Gene in the background and Vince in the background, actually. So Vince, Mean Gene, Vince's dad shaking hands with Andre. That's kind of cool. And then you've got like Vince and his dad here. So there's Vince and his dad. So... Tony looking for a strike to the chest. It was just in old documentaries. You would rent a video at the video shop, have a few tapes in a box. Maybe I could download them. I hope I don't die in a nuclear blast, said Smoke TNT. Yeah, same. Nese on the outside. Big kick by Swerve. Swerve. Double stomp down. Tony Nese goes to the outside. Nese gets thrown in the ring. Tony Nese in position. Plants Nese. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Nese. Crowd were chanting, "This is awesome." Kick by Swerve. Swerve back to the corner. Goes up top. Stomp by Swerve. 1, 2, 3. Swerve wins. So Swerve gets the win. This could be the first WrestleMania since 17 that Butch is on the card, says Robs. So there we go. We've got a victory for Swerve. Right, get in your thoughts. What did you think of the show? Is the intro of Then, Now, Future the same on Raw and SmackDown? Because Then has a pic of Vince Sr. Yeah, I'd imagine it's a standard intro for both shows, yes. Do you think Ronaldo will play for Man United tomorrow? I honestly don't know. I mean, I think if he's fit and able to, I think he would. So I would lean towards yes. 4 said Shaquem. 2 said Shiram. If World War III happens, I'm moving in with you to sleep on the couch. There's not much room, to be honest, Minty. I could probably fit you and maybe one more on. I mean, I just want to sit on my lap. You can sit on my lap if you want, mate. Heather said 7. Hard to focus because I'm worried about Big E. I agree with that. 5, it was average. 6, says Zoom Station. 4, says Tani. One thing I love about AEW is they don't overuse gimmick matches like steel cages. Terrence said 3, Big E is the number 1 story in America right now. The number 1 story in America is Big E. Kayla Braxton talking about it. Look, Sasha 40 minutes ago. We love you, Big E. Kayla said, Big E is truly one of the most incredible humans I've ever known. A broken neck and is more concerned with how we feel. We don't deserve that man. Swole said, Lord, keep Big E. That was a scary bump. Taz said, I've said it many times over the years, suplexing is all about proper technique and training, not strength. Wow, what does Taz mean by that? What does Taz mean about that? All about proper technique and training. It is not about strength. I'd like Taz to explain that more. Big E cutting light-hearted promo. The most positive force in wrestling. Nothing but love. Sending love to Big E. Big E has confirmed doctors are telling him his neck is broken after that nasty landing. It's awful news. Just seeing the Big E news. Prayers for one of the best humans in the world. Yeah, man. An absolute outpouring. 6.5. Taz is talking about suplexes. He is talking about suplexes, yes. Right, we're done. We're done. Yeah, I completely agree. The Big E news overshadows everything today and obviously happened right at the start of SmackDown. So it does overshadow everything. Hopefully we get a bit of an update tomorrow. I mean, I should imagine, all of the news outlets are going to be trying to get more news, like, how bad is the break? How long is he expected to be out for? So hopefully we can get more news tomorrow. And hopefully that news is good, of course, as well. Don't want any bad news. So hopefully that news is good. Don't know when he'll find out, to be honest, but they must have an idea of the damage that's been done. Sure, they'll be taking him for scans and checking on things and, getting a bit of an idea together. So hopefully we do get that news tonight. If not, we might have to wait till Monday. But he's going to be getting the best medical attention. So, yeah, shame that did overshadow everything. But obviously it's a hell of a lot worse for him than it is for, obviously, us and everything that's going on. So, appreciate you joining us. We're back tomorrow with Manchester United against Tottenham on the Football Days channel. And we're back with what looks to be genuinely a really exciting UFC. I really do like this card. It looks like it's got a lot of potential tomorrow night. So we're only doing the Man U game because it's a pretty long UFC tomorrow. I can see it going for at least 6 hours. We've got 14 fights to get through, so it's a big card. So we've got that tomorrow. But then we do have a couple of games to watch on Sunday as well. So, and then, of course, we're back on Monday with Raw. So appreciate the support. Thanks a lot for watching, and hopefully I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.